discussion is really more about you, so I'm hoping that you guys have questions. It also is the nice thing for us is we don't have to prepare like a speech and there's no like slideshow and all that. But we have a group of business owners that are in 3D printing that make a living doing 3D printing or in the industry. You're alive.
Wait, we're making even that's debatable.
But yeah, I'll have everybody introduce themselves. But I think amongst all of us in different things, whether it's being an influencer, running manufacturing, designing 3D models and printing, or running a retail business, we have sort of a wealth of experience here. And again, it's about you. We did get an agreement from Dave Randolph, who's the one that started Printed Solid and sort of helped usher in Prusa USA also. That may come in if he remembers. So there may be an additional person here. But we'll go ahead and do introductions. Luke, if you want to start.
Sure. All right. I am Luke from Luke's Laboratory. We do a lot. We manufacture hot ends, probably where most of you know us from, but we make custom printers for businesses. We're a small retailer where we essentially, I wanted something, so we stock it and we let you buy it if you really want. And I also run a service arm where I'll go and fix up stuff, upgrade it on site, or other custom configurations like making a Elegoo Giga, like ITAR compliant, that kind of fun stuff. So, yeah.
Hi, my name's Austin. Go by Zombie Hedgehog, and I run a small streaming channel called Hedgehog Makes. I have a YouTube channel where I post a lot of content on, and I live stream on Twitch. So it's kind of an interesting thing to be doing, and I've been doing that for about like 4 years now, like nonstop. It's been pretty fun.
Yeah, and I would say we grew together. He was actually the first like influencer that I started to sponsor, and I just enjoyed watching his stream, so that was a lot of fun. I'm Daniel McKay. I own West 3D. We're a retailer of 3D printing parts. We also sell 3D printers. We sell bamboo as of a few months ago. We just announced last week that we are now, I think, the third retailer that sells Prusa in the U.S. And yes, we also do repairs and all of that fun stuff.
My name is Grant Posner. A lot of you know me from the YouTube channel 3D Musketeers, but you might not know that I've been running 3D Printing Service Bureau since 2015. For 3D Musketeers, and before that I had another company that we started back in 2011. I've been a maker in the industry since 2008, and obviously creating content since 2020, give or take. But we specialize in high-end 3D scanning, so we primarily use Artec 3D scanners. We also obviously do print services, mainly focusing on B2B, so business to business, B2G, business to government, and B2E, business to enterprise. So that's going to be all the other big businesses.
My name is Casey Ippolito. I'm also known as Lady Balls Art. And my Twitch and Discord is Granier Nimoeling. So in case you see me in any of the streams or stuff like that. I've owned a business for 2.5 years. I have been printing for 12 years. Started out with Ender V1, and that almost broke me. And then bam, I did get rid of my printers for like a year, and then I just happened to be looking at an influencer, and they had a bamboo, brand new bamboo, P1P, they had just got, and I went, you know what, that's it. And I bought one, and 2 months later, I liked it so much, I bought another one, and I started printing for business. I have a tendency to do mostly Renaissance festivals. So some of the articles that I print are really tailored to that specific genre, but we've kind of branched out into craft fairs. And so I'm printing more of the things that bring in the little people, the little kids that are not on the high end and stuff like that, that people can afford, and they walk away and they're like, okay, we got something. Didn't have to spend an arm and a leg on. But that's been my printing journey so far.
Awesome. So that's us. Do you guys have any questions you guys would like us to answer, or anything, topics you guys would like us to talk about? Yes.
I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on balancing operating a business and like protecting yourself and your employees while also trying to hold true to
Sure. So yeah, the for people online, the question was how you sort of balance running a business with protecting, I would say, yourself and your employees, and just maintaining sort of your, I would say, your core identity. And I'm very much, and I know Luke and all these people grew up very much in open source, and sort of maintaining sort of, I would say, your values that you have, while I would say probably trying to cater to, your customers.
I would say it's harder than you think in the current day, especially if you want to maintain an open ethos, right? If you're going to maintain quasi open source, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. You have to understand that anything you put up there, someone is going to steal. They're likely not going to follow the license. And there's pretty much nothing you can do about it unless you want to spend tons of time, tons of money, and lose a lot of hair by trying to fight them, because you're likely not going to win. It is difficult. Obviously the Prusas of the world kind of came up with open source, but as we've all seen, they've effectively abandoned it moving forward because it removes their ability to have a competitive advantage, right? If you want to do design files that you want to provide out there to people, that's totally fine. But having full-on printer models available for people to download, you're going to get it made by some company overseas for pennies on the dollar, and you're only going to have to rely on the fact that people will trust you more than whatever company it is overseas that is making it for a lot less. So it does come down to a lot of that brand recognition, that brand ownership that you might have, and building that up before you announce everything going open source might not be a bad idea. Like if a West 3D all of a sudden said, we're going to be open sourcing all of these things that we do, if some company decided to copy them, not follow GPL or anything, the industry is going to side with Dan here. They're not going to allow something like that. But unless you have that brand recognition, you're going to struggle a little bit because consumers care a lot about price.
Yep, this is the truth. So with the tube hot end, we actually have a patent pending. The last thing that we submitted to the examiner was on the 7th of April. So it's still ongoing 2 years after we submitted it. Yay, lawyers. Anyways, so we actually had our IP stolen by a place in China. They started making something that was another play on words. We're grateful that the manufacturer in China was actually duped by a community member who was spiteful toward us, who delivered the files to them to be made. So they essentially, the entity in China thought that they had got a cool design that they could sell because some cool person just gave it to them, not realizing they were infringing. And talking about brand recognition, the entire community saw this and barraged that manufacturer with hi, not cool, you really like stealing. It was taken down within 24 hours and has not come back. So instead of having to fight a legal battle, the community took care of it and protected our IP that makes it possible for us to exist. So big thank you to everyone who did that or knows what I'm talking about in this crowd or online or whatever, because it's a big deal. So in terms of what we try to do to help the community is from the open source point. So we have our own IP, whether patent or trade secret or whatever. But what we try to do is use resources to generate new things that aren't necessarily core to our business that we can then contribute back to the community that isn't a critical part. I'm not going to open source my hot ends, sorry. But what we can do is hey, I have extra time, or we created something cool, or we did something interesting that helps us along the way, but isn't critical to what we're doing, and give it back. So I've open sourced a couple tool heads that integrate our hot ends. Obvious incentive for me. I can sell more stuff that you can use, but at the same time, it's building blocks for other people to add on their own tool head, or they can add a different hot end. They don't have to buy ours, but they can use our tool head to integrate a different hot end in there and call it good. And we included those patterns that don't match our hot ends, and they built a different thing with it. So there's ways that we can use the resources we get from our protected IP to make it easier for users and makers to build what they want to build, and the ecosystem can move along symbiotically.
Other questions?
I have a question about marketing. Can you talk about starting the process of getting marketing? Is it worth it? What platforms would you recommend going through at various sizes of business? And kind of talk to us about kind of that whole process.
So the question is about marketing, different tools, platforms that we'd recommend. I think whether or not at different sizes it makes sense, things like that. Can I ask, is there a certain type of business that you're?
So we run an e-commerce. It's a small Etsy store that's
Okay.
growing pretty quickly, and we're getting to the point where we're considering either hiring employees and or marketing to increase the kind of the demand. So we're not sure if we should be pursuing ads, if we should pursue social media. Where is our best use of time right now?
Yeah.
And that would be helpful to know.
Is that something you want to try?
Sure. I'm not on Etsy, but it's a great platform. I hear a lot about the folks who are selling on Etsy, and they have their own designs. Unfortunately, like they say, if you post it on there, somebody's going to grab it who's not on the up and up. So you have a problem with that. When you start marketing and showing more of your stuff, you're going to run into that. There's nothing you can do about that. That's kind of like a given situation where you're going to have to just outweigh the benefits and the negatives. But as far as platforms go, I would think of also putting your stuff out on the pay for models of like things. Printables has it where you can actually do that. My Mini Factory, those are all great things to stick your files out there in a pay per situation, either commercial licensing or pay for individual models. But word of mouth is your best advertisement ever. You can do small giveaways that you figure into your overhead. People will go absolutely crazy for a $5 item, and it will generate so much revenue for you if you're giving it away. So marketing strategies in regards to giveaways, or mostly giveaways. I have to say that's probably been my biggest growth because people talk about it. They tell their friends, hey, you don't have to be a 3D printer. You can actually come over here and, put your entry in and run the option of getting it. And not only are you going to get those customers that just want the item, but you're going to inspire other people to design. And sure, I'm not for gatekeeping. I'm about, there is a broad enough genre in this world of individuals who are going to purchase. I don't think that anybody's going to be able to step on anybody's toes. So I just think that doing those sites where people don't have to join in order to see your items, but can pay for the items if they decide they want them. And that's, most of my stuff is physical, but I post on Maker World for free. I sell my items at my shop, but if somebody wants to download them, they can have them. Because eventually someone's gonna grab it and see it and do it anyway. So I actually just feel like it's okay. It's okay because people know my quality. I stand behind my word. If something breaks, I replace it. That's where you have to pick your customers up. And like he was saying, it's about who you are as a person and a business owner more so than what you're making. Are you going to make it right? Are you doing quality items? Are you listening to your customers? Sometimes you have to grin and bear it, bite the inside of your cheek, but it's still worth it. It's still worth it. It may not seem like it at the time you're dealing with an unruly customer or someone that you know is being deceitful. They bought something, it breaks. They got it in the mail, you've packed 1 million of them and they didn't get it or it broke. It's more harm for you to deny them, folks, than it is to just go ahead and give in. So that's my take on it.
So first off, congratulations getting to the point where you're looking to hire somebody, right? That is the biggest step for any small business where they're like, okay, I can only take so many medicated stimulants. We're not going to talk about anything illegal. Before, I guess my body at some point supposed to have sleep. I guess they need that to operate properly. There's probably no research on that or anything.
That's a myth.
Yeah, I think it's a myth.
Yeah.
I just take enough Tylenol and I'm in it, right? But for marketing, right, that is always the hardest thing. And I can tell you many ways to do it wrong. And hiring an outside firm is one of those ways. You know your product the best. You do. Not anybody else, you. In my opinion, it is a lot easier to hire someone to take over some of those time sinks that you have in your job, whether that is customer facing, communications, emails, messages, whatever, where you then focus on your marketing because it's your baby. Right? And as soon as you turn over that baby to somebody else, I have a literal mirror image identical twin. And many of you didn't realize that in the video that we posted on April 1st where we unbox an HT90. And it takes about 4 minutes into that video to realize, wait, they didn't rotoscope the whole thing. There's actually 2 of them. And my brother cannot do what I do. He cannot run this business this way. He can't do the marketing the way that I do it. He just can't do it. Because one, he works in IT for a fire department, so he doesn't have that level of knowledge and experience that I have. But similarly, unless I'm going to go pull all the cables out of a server, I don't know what I'm doing either. You know your business the best. Look at maximizing the amount of time that you have. If you're sitting here, you're likely not rich enough to get more time in the world, right? So how do you maximize the time that you have? Look at the things that take 80% of your time but bring you 20% of value, delegate it to somebody else. I don't care what it is. I don't care how dumb you might think that it is. Delegate it. There are certain things that you might decide that you want to keep doing, like I still answer all the phone calls that come to the company. I love doing that. It is a huge passion thing for me. If we miss calls, I return them. Nobody else on the team answers the phone other than me because one, they're mostly engineers, and statistically, they're not the most charismatic people on the face of the planet. But 2, people often expect to talk to me, right? That does not mean all of you should blow up my phone. But there is a public phone number you can call. I'm busy today, if that wasn't obvious. I'll get back to you later. But we hire people to look at where we can do better. So from the YouTube side of things, right, content, we had focused all this effort on long format videos, interview style content, tours of facilities, really getting to know the people behind it. So for the first time at Rapid, I was traveling solo. Normally I have the better 3/4 with me, camera lady Amber. You'll probably see her around here today. But Rapid, for the first time, I was alone. And I said, screw it. I don't want to keep always setting up a camera, hoping people don't knock it over, yada, yada. So I just started filming guerrilla-style content with my phone with a selfie camera. No external microphones. None of that was connected to my phone. I literally just used the phone's built-in camera. We did 4 million views in 3 days. And yesterday, we did over 200,000 views here. Scrap Labs is like 150,000 of those views. I looked at that. Yeah, like that video over doubled their social media presence overnight. Didn't bill them a dime. I've clearly missed that opportunity. But that's what people want to know you. They want to know your business. If they want the cheapest product, they can go buy it from someone who doesn't understand the value of time. If you're selling something unique, interesting, different, whatever, people like that connection. Parasocial or otherwise, right? Don't dig into that one too far. But parasocial or otherwise, they want that connection. And from a marketing perspective, I don't know if I'm just looking at me getting lucky or if we have an actual thing here of live coverage of events via short form content. But damn it, I'm gonna keep doing it until it stops working. So from a marketing perspective, I would actually do it yourself. And I would look at outsourcing or even insourcing, right? Some of the stuff that takes up more of your time, but brings in very little money, value, whatever to the business itself.
I'll tag onto that for a second. One thing that I've seen that's very successful for companies is a social media presence. You almost need to have that in order to grow. It's not going to be your main customer base, but if you have that core audience that understands your products, enjoys just seeing your posts, make a fun video of what you're trying to sell, engage with the community, just stay active, and just having that and growing over time and posting, not spamming every single group, hey, check out my product, but really engaging with the community, helping people, providing solutions. That's something you can do to just give the slight edge on some of the companies that they just don't exist. You can't find them. They have a website, but no presence elsewhere, and that's very hard to understand the company. And I don't really want to buy from someone that I can't really talk to. I like to pretend like I have a relationship with the companies I buy. Like I love West 3D because they have a presence. They show up to events. I know that when I'm buying from them, I'm buying from a team of people, not just a robot.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add on. I mean, so our marketing budget is zero. You'll never see a sponsored like on your Google search for us. I think I can safely say we're one of the largest retailers now of 3D printing components and parts. And it didn't come from any of that, but we are still a very small fish in the sea. If you compare us to like Bamboo or like these actual first party manufacturers, like we're not even close. We get our traction in business from being embedded into the communities of people that are buying our stuff. Coming to these events and seeing you guys and shaking your hand and having a real conversation, now that the people that work at West 3D care about the product. We are selling things that we like, that we're passionate about. You can call us with a question. It's not working, and we'll walk you through. Not like, hey, come call us, tomorrow, or like send us an email. It's going to go to some third party. Like, no, you're talking to us, and we're going to help you out. Just one other point to your question on marketing. I would say we still market. So every one of our employees, we provide an extra at least 2 hours a week that they can go on and just be embedded into the communities that they enjoy. So if you're selling parts, let's say you're a 3D printing farm or you want to do that, and you're selling something like a Renaissance fair, like have your staff go to the Renaissance fairs, talking to people, sign up for the Facebook groups, just do the stuff that you would probably normally want to do on the weekend anyway, but do it representing your business. And that I think has been extremely helpful. We have people that are into even stuff that I'm not into, but we're getting customers from those areas because there's somebody that works for us that is also like believes in what we do, that is representing us in their communities, and we are paying them for that. So that would be, I guess, our marketing budget, but it's not like a line item we ever have. So yeah, the question over here.
I'm curious, in light of all of that, I hear a common theme of spread out the solutions so that you can focus on your customers and your product. What's your experience or your take on leveraging AI as that kind of muscle
So what's the take on using AI to help? For marketing and communication. So we have fun with this. I did not show this part of our banner because it does like get people. A few years ago, when AI image generation was kind of a thing, and Microsoft, I forgot what they called it, but was doing their thing. Something like that. But so we have an Ambrosia logo, and we're fun. I mean, some of our graphics are always like ridiculous. You should see some of our advertising, and some of them are AI generated. But like we call our thing Ambrosia, which was the food of the gods, and we say filament of the gods. And so we have a video or a thing of like Greek gods like eating filament is the idea, and like the AI like put filament in people's beards, and like I don't know, it looks awful, but it's hilarious. And so we did that almost as like showing just how awful it can be, and like people using it in marketing. But that being said, I mean, there are some real benefits to it. I will say, as a business owner, as still a small business, like paying artists to do individual artwork is very difficult, and I can't afford it. So doing like these like little advertisements with some of those is not bad. But when you type in like 3D printing farm in AI, you're going to get something that looks ridiculous that doesn't even look like anything. Yeah. So you have to be careful. I will say on the messaging, we've done a couple things, but use it as a tool. Give it a good prompt. Use it as a starting place. But if you're not rewriting a significant portion of that, I think you're going to come off as everyone's going to know it's AI and it's not a person. Like, it's very disingenuous. It just doesn't feel real. And I think you will lose people.
Yeah, I'll add to that. So I skipped on the marketing part. He mentioned that engineers are not charismatic. Hi, I'm an engineer. Our marketing budget is also zero, other than the fact that I take an hour to complain about machining stuff on YouTube. Like, that's my marketing. I just record myself complaining. As for the AI side of it, and he mentioned it exactly, is that if you're not rewriting a majority of the prompt or the majority of what's spat out, you're losing your voice to a machine. And it will be very obvious very quickly that you, the business owner, especially in small business land, like if it's like a giant corporation where it's already written by robot lawyers, that's one thing. But if people are going for a small business and they see something that's clearly written, if it's not this, it's that. Like, I immediately lose focus and I don't want to interact with it because it wasn't something from the heart. Every bit of stuff that I do for my business comes straight out of my heart, and it's straight to you. I know that every single one of these people here, I don't even know her, and I know that already, that every bit comes out straight from the heart, straight to you. And if I don't read that in the text, I'm lost. I don't know about it. On the technical side, so I'm a mechanical engineer, so I don't do computer things. I'm just a dragger, right? I just design physical parts. Being able to accelerate some things of my business that I hate. I don't know why it's cutting out, but I can yap louder. Being able to accelerate some like small coding projects, or take in these 40 quotes for this sheet metal and put it into a spreadsheet for me so that I can figure out where to buy stuff from. That accelerates me. It doesn't take out the human making the decision because I don't feel like predicting the text. It's not smart. It just predicts what comes next. So don't make any choices. Don't ask it to rate, that kind of stuff. It can be useful, but it cannot replace a person. End of story. Yeah.
I want to add on that. So I use AI. I am just me. I am my marketing person. I am my printer. I am my designer. I am everything. So I use AI a lot when it comes to presentation of the items that I make. Some people have actually come up to me in chat and in person and said, well, if I see anything that looks in the least remote AI, I immediately dismiss it. It's not real. But go to marketing, it takes a lot of time to set up prints and get the ideal picture. And with AI as it is now, I use backgrounds. I take my items, I stage it in such a way that I can erase the background and use an AI application to recreate a background that would more go in line with whatever I'm printing. Like if I'm printing octopuses, krakens as we call them, I will put them in an undersea kind of environment or next to the water. If I'm doing dragons, depending on the dragon, I put it up on a mountain covered with snow. So AI has a place, but it definitely, and I use it to rewrite some of what I'm going to post. I take what I want to say, I put it into the AI model, it spits out something to me, and then I add back some of the things, some of the feeling that AI takes out of it. Because AI it has no emotional input or I want to say investment in whatever you're doing. So it does sound dry. It does sound cold, and no humor. I mean, it can be humorous, but only if you prompt it to. So you kind of have to add that. And humor and self-deprecation sometimes is recognized as human. So you have to add that human element.
Hello, I'm David Randolph. I'm the CEO over at Cocoa Press and Print Kits up front, and formerly of Prusa and Printed Solids. So yeah, And the AI usage that we use is actually, I've been using it for the back end. I use it for collecting the data and sorting through the data, the marketing. I use it for A/B testing, things like that, all the budgeting along those lines. And but I try to keep away from it for graphics and art because I really think everyone's starting to see that, and they'll call you out on it. So I try to avoid it there. I will admit it, a lot of my corporate customers, I will very quickly just say, write me a business proposal, because no one reads those, so it's fine.
Ooh, I have an opinion about this. Who would have ever guessed? So hilariously, I was on a panel about 3 weeks ago it was a hardware technology panel that turned into an AI talk. Go figure. But the key takeaway there was, if you are a small business owner and you don't have an AI policy, write one now. You will be using it. If you want to be the old man yelling at the clouds, you're welcome to. But everybody else is going to be using it. And if you are not using it to augment what you're doing, you are falling behind, right? We are in the process at 3D Musketeers of writing our AI policy so that we can limit what staff do with it so that it still stays real, right? We were talking about AI designs. All of our merch is all hand-drawn by artists that we hire locally, right? The big thing with 3DM is we want to hire local whenever we can, or certainly at least inside of the United States, and be able to keep as much of that money here and funding our local community. Does that mean we spend a whack load more money than we could? Yep. But it means that you get that personal touch. AI is an augmentation. Do not use it to replace people. Well, like it's been iterated many times here. It doesn't have consciousness. It doesn't understand, and it's not going to have that critical thinking bit that you might. You might look at that and say, they have 6 fingers. That's not right. AI is going to say, it's got fingers, homie, send it. And that doesn't work for business. You want it to be real. Yes, parsing data, helping back-end work on websites, right? Being able to analyze your social media metrics. That kind of crap takes hours. Vibe code it. Fine, have fun. But you need to be very careful about where that data sits, who owns that data, and why. If you can, and you should, run local models only. Gemma 4, whatever the new one is from Google. Play with that. If you want to play with Claude for coding, fine, but understand you don't own it. If it is on your network and you control it, you own it. The talk literally coming after us is all about this. The thing I've been telling you all for years, take everything offline, and now all of a sudden people are realizing we're right. AI is the next frontier for this. You have to make sure that you control it because it can get out of hand very quickly. But as a business, write those guide rails. If you need to go over them every now and then, that's fine. But remember, never commit a misdemeanor while also committing a felony.
Sure. Do you have a mic to be able to?
Or do you want us to just reiterate it? What's the question?
Yeah, no, I'll tell you. So someone out on the stream was asking, do you think the new laws about 3D printing will hold people back from buying or getting into 3D printing here in the U.S.? I would assume that is pretty second in the queue.
Yes, so the question was all about the new laws coming in. This is a much better question to ask David Tobin, who is coming up next. And I think all of us are going to have very varied opinions on this. I think that's probably a better question to leave for David Tobin. Yeah.
In front, sorry.
All right. So, as someone who's thinking about starting businesses in the 3D printing space, and I talk to a lot of people, just even this weekend, and people that are involved in the business of 3D printing, and one kind of common refrain I hear a little bit from people, and some kind of jokingly, some kind of self-deprecatingly, but maybe a little troublingly, if somebody looking to be an entrepreneur in this space, is the common refrain of, oh yeah, you're going to jump into this business and be sacrificing a nice tech salary to jump into the 3D printing space, could be a big sacrifice. Is there money to be made in 3D printing right now? Where do you see that? What's that?
Are you trying to start a store?
Potentially, yeah. I've got a couple ideas, but I'm throwing things around. I'd love to start a store, right? That's one thing I'd love to do, just because I think it'd be like one of those. Everybody wants to start their little shop,
Yeah.
hang their shingle, and run their little thing, right? But does that make economic sense? Is that just going to be a money losing enterprise?
So I would just say, I mean, you never know until you do it. And I would say it partially depends on the kind of stores. We have seen recently, and I would say over the last year and a half, a proliferation of stores that are selling the 3D prints that you would see at markets and things like that. If you can get into a mall, you will get a good amount of foot traffic currently, and I would say currently, I don't know what it's going to be like in the future if that becomes saturated. But currently, those seem to be doing actually pretty well. We have a store that we distribute to that just opened up their second location in 2 high traffic malls, and they're going through about 2,000 kilograms of filament from us a month. So imagine how much they're selling. They're doing, my guess is at least $200,000 a month in sales.
What are those margins on 200K? Right, because that's
I bet you it's actually pretty decent.
the margins are probably good, but they're likely working their tails
Oh,
off
yeah.
for 200 grand.
But they also found a high traffic mall. They found one that would work with. So malls will do some interesting things. Sometimes they're super cheap because the malls are dying. So they'll let you go in for nothing. Basically, some of them are zero rent. You pay a percentage. You pay a percentage of your sales. So it can be a sort of a tough calculation there. I will say that you can do fairly well. A lot of these places have started with some sort of following. Austin's mentioned sort of social media and being in social media presence. The ones that I've seen being very successful are also hustling on TikTok and trying to get known in their local community, because if you're doing a local store, that's who's going to do it. I will say the online market, most unfortunately, and we got very lucky. Dave, I'm sure you guys, there's some luck involved. The online stores I see most struggle and peter out within a year or two. It is a hard market to get into. It's that trust that is hard to build if they've never heard of you. There's a lot of people worried about scams and stuff like that. I do see more success in the local space, but to be successful, you have to get people to know who you are in that local space, and social media is the way to do it.
Something that also definitely applies to not just opening a business, but all of 3D printing is you got to have something that's unique. You got to make it yourself. You can't just, look at someone else's design or store or business and just copy it. You have to do what is passionate for you, what you're interested in, what you're going to just differentiate yourself with.
I'll say this. Pretty much, I've been through a bunch of different industries over the years, and everyone says if you start in this industry or blank industry, you're going to fail, you're going to lose all your money, you're going to go broke. They all say that. And yes, there's a little bit of luck involved, but here's the real truth, is that if you're going to end up starting a business and you're going to end up making one thing 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, for the next 5 years, and you're going to go home with the same paycheck that you're getting now at your 40-hour-a-week job. So if you're lucky.
You get paid?
I know, right?
I haven't taken a paycheck, guys, okay?
But
Yeah.
if you're lucky, that's what you can do. So you have to do this because of the love. You have to do it because you would rather work 20 hours on 3D printing than 8 hours building a server rack. You have to feel that way. I've done that as well. I still haven't slept. I'm going on year 10 of no sleep. So it shows. You're going to see that out there. The other thing I'll tell you is whatever you choose, if it's going to be an online store, if it's going to be a mall kiosk or anything like that, never get comfortable with what you're doing, because someone else is right behind you doing the same thing. And never, ever just copy someone else. I mean, you got West 3D, you started an online store, and I could say, oh, they copied me over Print and Solid. No. You went a whole different direction. You built a whole different community. You built a whole different customer base. And that's why you're successful. And that's what you have to do is sit there and go, where's the hole? What did David not see? And go for that. And I will say this, don't worry too much about, I would say, you're not trying to own them. So find your small market that has a very small niche. I mean, right now, I'm trying to sell printers that only print chocolate. So it's a very small niche, but we can make it successful, we can make it better, we can do all of that type of stuff, and that's what you'll have to work on.
At least with chocolate, the fails taste good.
Yep.
You know.
The last thing I'll say, you can just find my YouTube channel. Just watch like my most recent manufacturing updates over the last couple months. If you want a very open, brutally honest experience of what it will take, if you're not incredibly lucky or independently wealthy.
Yeah, or both. Yeah, I'm going to go on a different limb. Don't. You have a job in the tech industry, homie. You're making great money, okay? Or you're making at least decent money. Don't quit your day job. You need to have a side business doing 3D printing that you put a little bit of time and money into, and when it is making 1.5x your current salary, then you can walk away. Now, this is do as I say, not as I do, because in my personal defense, I took a full-time job when we were inside of 3D Musketeers being a makerspace director. It's basically the same thing, but doing it for somebody else. And then it broke my back, literally. And then I started YouTube, so cool. But I would not say quit your day job and go all in. Have you ever taken a hobby and made it a business? It sucks. And you're going to lose a lot of that passion. And this is why a lot of us come to these shows. You want to get reinvigorated with passion when you're just burned out from working 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. And he is not exaggerating. I want to be very clear. I just came from Rapid last week. I don't know if you can tell how exhausted I am right now. It sucks right now. But yeah, the passion that you have to have, it goes away. And doing it where it supports your family, yourself, paying rent, it is a whole different ballgame when everything stops with you.
I actually own a business, and I print and do it physical. I do have a few people ask me, oh, do you have an online? And I'm like, no, I don't. Because while I will go into other people's stream and talk about my stuff, and it just managing managing physical, and I have a full-time job. I work 12.5 hours a day, 3 to 4 days a week in the IT sector. So yeah, at the end of the day, it sometimes gets hard to be motivated to then turn around and my side hustle and work on things and design things, because you, like they said, you want uniqueness. So in order to create that uniqueness, you have to put some of yourself in there. That means your own designs, your own twists, your own takes on things. And so after working my 48 hours a week, then having to try to find the time to take something that's been in my head, put it on paper, translate that to 3D printing, a physical design, printing the design so that I can then turn around and say, yes, this is a great design, and then market it through physical, it's very exhausting. And so like they were saying, I wouldn't start out with an online store. I would start out with building your presence in your community and then other communities and having that background and backup, because then when you do decide, if you do decide to go physical, those people are still going to be buying from you through the internet, the interweb, but you're also going to have word of mouth in your community, and it's just going to be much more cohesive and much more supportive and less like, oh my God, am I going to be able to keep my business open another week?
we've got, I think, 3 minutes, so we could maybe like rapid fire a question, and then I will let everybody, if they wish, provide just contact information that you can reach out. And most of us, I think, are very happy to answer questions going forward. Let's do the hat right here. Yes.
I hope it's a short one. Can you talk about what a successful booth at a live show looks like? Is that not a short one?
I like seeing all of you. That's success.
Reiterate the question so the stream can hear.
The question is, what does a successful booth look like at a show like this? And the answer is seeing every single one of you here and talking to you at my booth and talking to other booths that I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see Dan every year. I'm excited to see Grant every year. Zombie. I just met you. Hi. Same.
here last year.
Yeah. So that's success to me.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to these events, if you're going to a RepRap, it's probably a different answer than other things. If you go to this event and you're looking to do it as a money-making venture, which there are people that do, wrong audience. You are getting great engagement from 4,000 or 5,000 people on a weekend as a business. That's fantastic. We're selling stuff at our booth. The first 2 years that we did shows, zero. That was not our thing. We only did it because we had so many people that are like, I wish you had this thing. And so we're like, okay, sure. So now we like also, you'll see at the West 3D booth, like it's kind of like off to the side. It's not the focal point. We're trying to get people like into just seeing the cool stuff and then being able to talk to them. That's why we also have an open booth. I know most people don't do that, but we really like the open style.
Yeah, I've set up quite a few booths as more of a content creator. Just one thing, you gotta present what you're passionate about. You have to be able to be excited to share what you're doing, what you're making, what you're selling. It has to be from the heart.
Say for the booths here, like for myself, it's pretty simple. I am here to see my customers finally, see what they're doing with their products, and that motivates me for my next round. But the other thing is that you all are here to meet these people because they are the companies. They're the people you're buying from. They're the ones you walk up to and say, you need to have this product, you should be doing this, and I love you, or whatever. It makes sure that all these people up here know that you exist and that what you want them to do for you.
I did want to say, I want to touch base as a female sitting up with four other men here. As a woman in printing, it's very important, and I see a lot of women out here. There's 5 other guys. Where? Oh, 5. Math is not my strong point.
You don't see us.
That's it. Oh, yeah. Well, I wasn't leaning forward enough. That's what it is.
I'm not that fat.
I like only saw this way. You're too close in my window, my mirror.
That means you're skinny.
Yeah, that means you're skinny. You
No, it doesn't.
It was like this. See, I didn't see you. But I want to touch base on women in printing. For a very long time, it was very hard for me to get any information, get any direction, get any support whatsoever, because I started 12 years ago. There are a lot more women in printing, and yay for that, because we have the equality of the intellect, the ability to design, and the ability to market and sell. And I'm not saying that to any of the male individuals in here, but for a long time, we were mansplained a lot. And it's very hard to break free and be seen as a valued member of the 3D printing community as a female. Even still, today, there are those people who detract from that and who kind of dismiss you as a woman. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You'll see those groups on Facebook primarily. You will run into some people in person that actually dismiss your side of it. I say keep going. Don't let them stop you. If you've got the passion and the drive, the knowledge can come. Educate yourself. YouTube, Google, all the wikis, all of the streaming, the YouTube streaming, those have been an excellent source. I got on Twitch. I had, my kids, I'll tell you, I'm 60 years old. My kids watch Twitch. I don't watch Twitch, but I decided to tune in once I started thinking of 3D printing. And really, when I got my bamboo, I was like, okay, now I want to run with this. I want to start a business. I want to sell because I'm passionate about 3D printing, not passionate about making money. And I started watching Zombie, and I've tuned into Grant's YouTube, Joel telling. I watch all of those, and they're very inspirational, and they feature women, and that's very important. We're not to be overlooked, and I say stand your ground, get out there. You don't have to be aggressive, but be present. Be willing to step up and speak out and your own perspective. That's all I can say is I am happy for everyone, male, female, doesn't matter what you are. I think everybody has something value to contribute to this genre of sales and hobbyists and whatever. But I really yay for women.
It's a fantastic way to close this discussion, seriously. I want to be cognizant of time. You have to do some recording at 11, I think, which is coming up. I will offer, and actually, one thing I want to mention, there's a Facebook group, Face 3D Printing Retailers Group, something like that. Please reach out to me, dan@west3d.com. I will share the link. There are other resources I'm sure that other people have. Anybody here, feel free to use that email. I usually respond within 1 or 2 days, but I will be happy to talk to you, phone call, whatever. If you guys have questions, happy to help you. And I will let anybody else that wants to provide any of their contact the same opportunity.
Nobody ever wants to reach out to me.
My email's like Dan's. It's grant@3dmusketeers.com. Simple.
I just hedgehogmakes.com. All my information's there.
LukesAppOnline.com is my website. We have a contact button. So whatever you like, Discord, email, phone, whatever. My emails are nightmare, so try something else, maybe.
Yeah, my email's the same way, but just cocopress.com. You can find the contact there and send us something there, and we'll make sure I get back to that one.
Okay, fine. You can contact me other ways than email. Jeez, I didn't. I guess you can use Discord or text. I don't know.
We have tickets now, so that makes it easier.
And my contact information is ladyballsart@gmail.com. It's LADYBAWLS @gmail.com. So ladyballsart@gmail.com.
Thank you guys. Because we always have way more questions than time. So next time, Remurf people, let's do 2.
Awesome.
Thank you guys.
you guys mind killing the tunes? Thank you. Good morning. Wow, that's loud. Is that echoing? Is echoing? Why? Huh? Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was me. Thank you all for coming. It's nice to see everyone. How's everyone doing today? Good? All right, you can talk. This is going to be interactive. We're going to have a little chat. My name is David Tobin. I'm a longtime California resident. I am the executive director of the Community Manufacturing Initiative. We're a global nonprofit that works alongside, part of Experiential. We work alongside DECA, First Robotics, WPI, which is Worcester Polytechnical Institute, Cornell University, MIT, DARPA, the NSF, the Smithsonian, and many, many others. We work with engineering and programming all over the world, and behind the XRP robotics kit that is now a part of education programs globally. In places like New Hampshire, you get a robotics kit with your textbooks, and they're 3D printed. And Joel and I recently launched the print farm with a CMI in Ohio, which was absolutely amazing because now the kids are printing their own robotics kits. It's all Core 1s from Prusa. They wanted to have open source related machines up there that the kids could dive in, tinker with, and learn, because we're trying to have everyone understand every aspect of 3D printing, customer service, dealing with your expendables, all the other stuff like that. I'm also the executive producer of the show 3D Printing Nerd, where for the last 6 years or so, we've been traveling around the world working with every single company in additive manufacturing, all of them. And it's been absolutely amazing to be able to get out there and do that. So that's a little bit about me. The reason why I'm here to talk to all of you is because there's a lot of stuff going on in our judicial system, if you probably didn't know what's going on. So recently, I went up to the Capitol in Sacramento and spoke. You can see the latest episode of 3D Printing Nerd. It also has some resources in the description now that we have for you to download. And I really wanted to use this opportunity today to talk to you guys about what's going on and how to address this, because there's a lot of emotional fights going on, and a lot of people might have you think it's red versus blue. Like I'm wearing my bipartisan shoes here. We got blue and red, right? We're all the same. We're all a bunch of nerds here that are working on the same thing together. I'm going to give you a little bit of explanation of where this came from, and then I have some resources here for you to take with you so you can understand how to address this. Because it's very easy to get caught up in the emotional arguments with this. There's passionate people on both sides of it, and there's some very volatile things you can say to get people fired up. But that's bait. Don't play that game. This is not an issue about that. This is an education issue. This is a technology issue. This is a science issue. This is a math issue. The only way to win is by not playing the game. And that's what we have to do. Don't take the bait about, oh, it's those people over there with the blue or those people over with the red, or it's just the blue states. It's not. I learned a lot when I was up in the Capitol, when I was up in Sacramento. I spoke to some different groups that are up there that are part of this. And there's things going on the federal level. We're not focusing on that today. This is all about the state, stuff that's going on in each state, like what happened here in Colorado, Washington, what's about to happen in New York, what's going on in California. And it's coming from a lobbying group called Everytown. They've done some phenomenal work over the years for education in firearms and gun control and other things like that, like making sure there's locks on things, making sure you understand how to properly use stuff, all sorts of different areas. They've worked on bans and other things like that, and they've done stuff. But now what we're seeing is that it's really sexy and easy to say, we're stopping this epidemic of ghost guns. That's not a thing. There is no crisis in California. The only crisis in California is the traffic in LA, and that I can speak to. But there is not a crisis of that. It is not this aspect on it. It's an intentional plan. They have a lobbying group that gets $57 million a year. This is not like a mom and pop, I'm really scared and I want to make things better. It's an organization. And in order for things to get further, they have to get people behind it. So focusing on the blue states first is part of the plan, then going to purple, and then going to red, because this organization's goal is to say, we stop the ghost gun epidemic taking over the United States. I spoke with state senators that actually think there is an epidemic of weapons on airplanes right now. I mean, has anyone heard of this? No? Either have I, because it doesn't exist. After talking to them, it's really interesting because I don't get in the conversation talking about the G word. I use a different one, and I encourage you to use it too. It's geometry. It's code. It's ones and zeros. It's understanding the technology and giving that information to other people so they can take a step back and understand what this really is. There are videos out there from different groups, especially in New York, where they will say, you can press a button and get a gun off a machine, take it, and go do something bad. Is that possible? Can you do that with even the most amazing machine on the planet? No, that's not science. That's not math. I mean, you can't even do that on Star Trek. Like, you can't make a phaser like that. That's not a thing. So it's this heated clickbait that's going on. It's these headlines that get people fired up. That same state senator told me that people are using plastic bullets. So what? It's okay to laugh and talk. Like, I want you guys to understand this. But because we're all in this together, we're in a room full of educators. You are all a part of this community, and you have the power to educate people and tell them what's really going on, and take away their power of saying it's us versus them. It's the guy in the red hat versus the guy in the blue pants. It's easy to get people fired up and polarized on that, but that's not what this is about. That's a conversation that's being manufactured to drive attention. If they want to really talk about the issue, I will do questions at the end. I will absolutely do questions at the end. It is about a resource that is absolutely important in education. If kids don't have access to additive manufacturing, they will not be competitive on the global stage. We will not be able to innovate and allow ourselves to grow. We will not be able to think of the most amazing things that we haven't even thought of yet. I mean, raise your hands if you saw something really cool here today that surprised you at this event. Like, wow, that's really cool, right? Like, holy cow. Like, that happens every RepRap event. That happens all the time. It's because people are able to play with this. They're able to engage with these materials. And so I decided to bring, so in doing this research, I've been working on this for months. And my whole thing is attack the law, put your lawyer hat on and attack the language. Look at what they're saying and pull those arguments. Don't get in the argument of like, oh, kids are going to do this and they're going to do bad things. And if you look on every town's website, they focus on kids and teenagers. They're saying they're going to be the ones doing the bad stuff. We got to prevent them because mom and dad are going to be gone and the kid's going to do something bad. Like, that's the narrative they're trying to put out in the world. And that's not fair to the kids. And that is really not fair to the teachers that are trying their hardest to work with limited resources to get this into programs and develop things on that level. So I did an impact analysis of the California bill. This went to everyone on the Judicial Committee, and I'm giving a packet to all of you. If you mind taking this and passing it around, this is for you to keep so you can see how I'm approaching this. Everyone's going to have a different way of dealing with this. And I'm not the only one that can do it. We need all of you to be doing this, because the really interesting thing here is we're great online as a community. We're amazing at activating things socially. But now you have to take the next step and try to get out there in person. Talk to a council member. Schedule a meeting with an assembly member. They have to take meetings with you. If you can't make it in person, they have to take a Zoom meeting with you. They have to give you 15 minutes of their time. These politicians work for you. Your taxes pay their salary. That's what the job is. But now a lot of politicians, I feel, have turned into influencers, and they're trying to get people fired up and doing other things like that. So it's about taking that power away and realizing what we've created here. I like to think that they may have stepped on a hornet's nest by messing with 3D printing in a way, because I don't think they realize that there's all of us here, that all of us come from so many diverse backgrounds, so many different walks of life, and have come together on something so amazing. Like, if you look out on that floor, you have no idea what people's political affiliations are. You just know you want to nerd out on the coolest material in the planet. And that's what brings us together. And it's easy to think we're polarized, but we're really not. We have so much more in common than we do different. And even the things that we have different aren't that far off. And so I think it's really about trying to find a way to get us to connect and look at these issues and go into your communities, talk to these other people. Not everyone can go in person. Not everyone is meant to be on stage, having these things, but you can lift other people up. You can provide resources to people in those areas and educate them. Let them know what 3D printing is, why it's a core part of it. And so in this analysis, you'll see there's some really interesting figures. So part of it is looking at the money, because that gets a lot of people's attention, especially politicians. And in California, they've already spent $10.5 billion in education and overall infrastructure that's related to additive manufacturing. Not just, in bringing printers and stuff in schools, but how it's actually used in infrastructure. The actual physical use of 3D printing in construction, in electrical, in all the areas we know additive is a part of. This money's already been invested in it. If bills like this continue to get passed and have problems, well, all those resources become stagnant. Then we can't use them. We can't do anything with it. There's over 1.5 million kids in California alone that use 3D printing at some point in their day. And on top of that, there's over 30,000 businesses in the state of California that rely on additive manufacturing, from Google, from Meta, from SpaceX, to mom and pop stores, to companies like SliceWorks that are in the state of California, to all these other people that we know that are there doing this. And when you start using real data and not fighting this emotional thing about what someone's going to hypothetically do or do something bad, you change the narrative. You don't let them have that fight. You make it about the facts. You make it about the infrastructure and show, hey, look, kids that are using 3D printing are able to do this and grow and do these things and do these programs, and here's how they're competitive. Look to things like First Robotics. It's an amazing resource that's used all over, and how that thrives and what it's done and why engineering is so important. And when you start having these conversations and then they start looking and saying, wow, you're going to mess with your local businesses, they don't think that's real. Like if you watch the hearing, and the whole hearing's up on the site too, you can see the link on it, they're saying, oh, this won't affect anything that's positive in 3D printing. It's only going to affect the bad things. Right? Like how could you do that? You can't defer intent. It's not possible. And I think that's a really interesting aspect of this, because there's a lot of provisions in here, and I have a couple of these extra packets here that I did a full breakdown on every provision in the bill. But I want to give you a little taste of what's being passed, because people are writing this. I asked who are their technical experts. They did not tell me. They would not tell me who did any of this. I'm trying to find out who. I want to know who. I want to know, how'd you do this? I want to know how you can do this. I want to know how you can get a little mini AI bot and put it on an Ender 3 and make it do something, because that would be rad. Like, I would love to not have to level an Ender 3 with a piece of paper. But, that's not real. And I think that's the really interesting thing here. And people are starting to say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory for this. They're trying to do this so they can get you here or whatever. That is going to be a byproduct of these laws. Because they're written so poorly, it opens up the opportunity for things like this, for an AI company to come in, Anthropic to say, oh, we got like $40 billion we can throw at this problem. We can totally make this happen. Sure, maybe you can't, maybe you can, I don't know. But that's creating a further separation from where we're at, and it makes things tougher to fight. And before I get into this, a lot of people think we lost in California because they voted in favor 9-3. I don't think we lost. I think, in fact, we won, because look what we're doing right now. We're having a conversation. Everyone at the event has been talking about this. These conversations are happening now. We actually are realizing we have the power to talk about what's going on here and dealing with stuff like that. A loss of 9-3, this wasn't end-all be-all. The next step, and Joel outlined it perfectly in the video, and I'm not just saying that because I work on the show, but it goes to appropriations next. We got to go back to your civics and learn your government history and all that stuff, how it works. It goes to appropriations, where they're going to discover how much it costs to do this, which they should have figured out before, that this is not possible. Then it has to go through a process. And then you reach out to those people once the appropriation meeting is set and start hitting them with information. Then if it goes past that, it has to go to the assembly, and then all 80 have to vote on it, in a simple majority, 41, I think it is 41-39 or whatever it can go on. But then you reach out to all those people. And then from there, it would reset if it passed, and then it goes to the Senate. And then it has to go through the Senate again, through the whole thing, and then it goes to the governor. So it's a process. We didn't just lose. It's not like it's over. It's just beginning. This is just the start, because it's going to happen in every single state. If you live in Texas, you are not immune. This will happen there. This will happen in all other areas, because this is opening up opportunity for companies to look at this and say, ooh, we could be the people that handle this. We can do this. We can do that. And then it gets muddled. And then all of a sudden we're fighting things we shouldn't be fighting. And I hope this is like, resonating with you and understanding like we need to take a step back from this emotional thing because it's also a First Amendment issue. It's not just a Second Amendment issue. It is a massive First Amendment issue. How many people here want to let the Department of Justice see what's on their printer before they print it? Raise your hand. Why not? Come on. Don't you want them to know what you're going to be inventing and selling as a product? Don't you want their approval? Don't you think they should see what you're doing beforehand? Isn't that okay? I mean, they're allowed to do that. No, businesses won't allow that. They'll all leave California. They'll all leave these other states. They'll leave wherever it's going and they'll go elsewhere. But more importantly, like the conversations I have with other people, they're not going to send their machines there. Because if I have an Ender 3, I love using that example, or my Mod T New Matter, there we go, that old one. If I want to sell it to Daniel, I have to put all this stuff on it, and if I don't, I get fined $25,000. What? Like, come on, I can't even get, what if I want to make a Voron? What if I want to modify something? Oh yeah, you can't do that. You want to use Clipper? You want to use Marlin? Do you like open source? That's out the window too. There's provisions in here that I'm going to read just a couple of them to let you know the scope of this. One of them is my favorite. I'm going to start with that one. Provision number 7. Oh, it's not in your hand. This is a more elaborate one, but there might be some reference in there too. The Department of Justice shall not require perfect detection accuracy. Shall not require perfect detection accuracy. What the hell are you doing then? At all. Like imagine that, like all of a sudden I can't make my D7s because they saw something that might be something else because I'm using a new material or I'm trying a different slicer or something like that. That's a bad one. The algorithm must support regular updates to disallowed inventory. How about that? You have to constantly update to do it. Kind of like how DJI, if you're flying your drone, you update it, and if you haven't updated it, you can't fly in the area you're trying to do and things like that. Can you imagine that on your printer? Can you imagine that on your network? Can you imagine that in your business when you're doing your R&D and you're trying to develop a new prosthetic or something like that and it flags it? Or maybe you're in the middle of production and all of a sudden you're using bearings and they get changed by 2 microns and all of a sudden you have to change a chassis for something. That geometry changes and then it gets flagged and all of a sudden your business that's running stops because every machine gets bricked because you had to change something due to a supplier issue. That's what this is opening up to do. And I think it's really important that we focus on these things and not focus on the emotion. I'm going to keep saying that over and over again because that's how you win any argument in law. I'm a nerd and I spent a summer in college studying law because I thought I wanted to be a lawyer. I didn't. Here's another good one. Applicants must disclose the full file inventory and provide technology access for testing. That's a good one. I don't think that's going to fly. Where's another really good one? Oh yes, this is a great one. Approved design forms, firmware integration, or locked preprint software or equivalent must be on your machine. That's a thing that exists, right? That technology is possible. Is it? No, it's not. So these are the kind of things that are popping up in here across the board. This is a good one. Guidance. Firmware must gate all print jobs through algorithm before printing. What? How is that a thing? How is that even remotely possible? Applicants must provide hardware, software for testing and submit your schematics. This is all to the Department of Justice, locally in your state, not the federal. They've got other problems. But your state Department of Justice. So say you're in California, and then you're working with someone in Oklahoma, and they have a different Department of Justice. And then that product has to get sent up to Wisconsin, and they have a different Department of Justice. How are we going to unify the standards across between each one? Because we know states are great at communicating with each other, right? Yeah, exactly. It works just swimmingly. Manufacturers, this is to our 3D manufacturers in the house. Look at you, Dreb. Manufacturers must submit self-attestation per make, per model by July 2028. Are you guys ready to do that? You gonna do that? Get on that, Prusa, come on. Like, it's not possible. it must confirm specific certified algorithm and software controls in your Core 1. Like, what? Like, these boards can't handle that. The technology doesn't even exist. And things like that. I've got just a couple more I'm going to read on here. Then I really want to open this up to questions and conversation, because I know we only have a little bit of time here. Here we go. Manufacturers must install certified blocking tech and attest before any California sale. That's a fun one. Yeah. I mean, like, here's a great one. Retailers must consult the Department of Justice list before each sale, and things like that. And mind you, this is just focused on the machines. We haven't even gotten into what they're going to let you use for materials. Here's a great one. It's unlawful to sell an uncertified 3D printer in the state of California. Who's going to certify that? How are you going to get it certified? Where is this office going to be? Where are we getting the money to fund this office? Where are we going to get it? California is a big state. It took me 6 hours to drive to Sacramento from LA. How are we going to deal with the billions of people in that state and things like that? And how are we going to have all these offices to be able to address all the printers on your print farm, especially since it's cobbled together with 10 million different ones? Yeah, the DMV can do it. Yeah, exactly, right? Sure, yeah, I mean, they're exactly. But now if you look at this, all these things that I've been saying, if people really wanted to focus on gun safety and gun issues, apply this to that. They're not. All this is going to do is increase gun sales, because it's just going to push people back into that space and make you have to buy this and do all these other things like that. In the state of California, as I said, you can make 3 of them every year. Go get them certified. Go do that. It's legal. It's obviously in the Constitution. It's all these things. You can do this. It is a thing. It is not an epidemic, but it's being phrased that way because it's so exciting. That headline, like the video the news put out in New York, had a picture. It was a whole conference they had. It came out a couple weeks ago. You can find it online. The news had it, but they had a printer and saying, oh yeah, people are printing these things and it's terrible. They showed an A1 printing a firearm that's pointed like this, with supports all coming off of it and things like that. And like, yeah, you could press a button and do this. It's like, first of all, if you're going to print the thing, it'd be on its side. Second of all, now we know that they're doing this to intentionally gaslight you. And it's things along those lines on it because it's exciting to people who don't know. And the other thing I think a lot of us in our community tend to forget is that people in the world don't know about 3D printing. It's so new. There's people even here in 3D printing that don't know about 3D printing, and it's so new. So it's up to us to educate people, to let them understand this is a thing, and try not to get heated. Try not to take the bait of the emotional thing and being like, oh, like the woman even said to me, one of the assembly members said in this, and said, you love your guns and we love our kids. And I'm like, you don't know me. Like, whatever. Why do you think I love children? Like, what are you talking about? This is nonsense. But that's their soundbite. That's their talking point. That's why, I've mentioned that word a couple times here with this conversation with you. But outside here, you won't see me having those conversations with other people that get in my face about it. I just talk about the geometry. I talk about the reality of the situation and what we're dealing with. Like, the cocoa press could be contraband. That's the level of this, right? Like that, because the mechanisms, because the way the system is, and stuff like that. Have a good interview. And things like that. And that's just kind of the world we're facing on this, because there's people that are trying to get excited. But when you take the wind out of their sails by making this about the facts, about the business, about the money, what's already been invested, why this is a core thing, and when people ask about the software, don't get fired up. Explain it to them. Say, here's what it is. Let me show you. And I know it's a slog, and I know it's tough, and I know people don't want to hear it, but we're just starting. It's going to get easier. There's going to be more people talking about it. You're going to see more people out there. And then the last thing I have, and this is just my personal request, is try not to feed into the clickbait online. The people that are putting out doom and gloom on their socials and this is that and trying to, polarize and say it's this or whatever. When you're feeding into that, all you're doing is adding to the BS that's going on. It's about lifting up the people that are willing to have conversations and talk about stuff and explain and lift up the community and the other people in it and put people in places for that. Like, I can't be everywhere. I can't do it all. You can't do it all. You can't do it all. We have to do this together to let everyone know this is important. And it's not just because it's a hobby for some people or it's just a business. It's because this is the core element to deal with the AI cliff that is coming. Like, I work with ARM. If you don't know who ARM is, they're the people that make the processor that's in every cell phone on the planet. I was with the vice president and them at a meeting, and we were talking about it, and they said there's about 300 million jobs that are going to go away in the next 5 years. That's math. There's new ones that are going to be created, but they rely on engineering. Everyone is going to have to touch engineering at some point. And if we are throwing the baby out with the bathwater on 3D printing, what are we going to do? Like that, we're never going to get to, as I like to say, Earl Grey hot. You know, Jean-Luc Picard. I like to think if I ever have kids, my great-great-great-great-grandkid might be Jean-Luc Picard. But like, I think that's that aspect of it. Like, we don't get to Star Trek if we stop here. And that's kind of where we're at. And so I purposely made sure I didn't talk too long so I could open this up for discussion and questions. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, we got one in the back. Yes. Oh, wait, hold on. We're going to get you a mic. Do we have mics that we could give people? Can I give them one of these up here? No need to yell in this dry climate. Would someone take this and pass it back to that gentleman? It's on. Just take it and pass it back. And I'm going to have a seat.
All right, now I don't have to yell.
Yeah.
So I sound less emotional. All right, so I'm a professional drone pilot. My interest in 3D printing is to support my business, and especially now because starting in 2015 with my business, we had this thing that's happening in 3D printers happen to us starting in 2015.
Yes.
We took the educational, non-emotional approach. We approached the FFA, or the FAA, sorry. How can we help you with this? How can we? They gave us feedback days, and 10,000 people wrote letters and telling them why it was important that we didn't do things like remote ID. They did all the things anyway, and now we have officially lost. January 1st executive order, we get no more new drones, no more drone parts. The FCC, the Federal Communications, is controlling propellers and batteries and motors as communication devices.
Yeah.
Right? And the only drones that are going to be allowed to be built in the United States are being built by Unusual Machines, which is only a military drone company. They're not interested in anything to do with, drone service pilots, first responders. And you say the existing, infrastructure of what you said,
Yeah.
$6 billion in California, they literally bricked $100 billion worth of first responder drones
Yes.
by doing this law. They don't care. They just don't care. Like
Sure.
all the education in the world, we did 10 years of this. What lessons are you going to learn from what we failed to do apparently
Yeah.
properly, doing all the right things? How does this turn out differently? That's my question to you.
You got, yeah, great question. Great question. Yeah, if you want to pass the mic back. So part of that is we have the education aspect on this, that this is integrated into schools all across the country. I'm not bashing drone in any way, but drones are not. Drones are associated to business and care and things like that. Yeah, what?
8 years I taught drones to middle schoolers.
What?
8 of these 12 years I taught drones to middle schoolers.
Sure. No, I know. But in the curriculum are the XRP robotics kits, are 3D printing, are a part of this now, and it's being brought in. And also because of that, I'm able to bring in people like Cornell University. I had one of the heads of engineering hit me up yesterday about this. We have MIT. We have people like that that have different connections to it. And I think that's what we're going to be able to use. But also, there's more manufacturers here in the US and other areas that can amplify the voice. And it was really good to see. Like Polar 3D, they've been amplifying. Sliceworks, Voron, Protopasta. They've even been writing letters to their own government and getting involved in that space. And that's why we need these companies to get on board. But what you're talking about this military aspect happening, that is another aspect of federal that's going on. And it's really scary because there is I guess we can talk about it. I mean, I think there is a lobbying group called the Additive Manufacturing Coalition. They say you can give them $5,000 on their website and go talk to politicians about your agenda. And their agenda, according to America Makes, is to remove any company headquartered in China from doing business with the US government or any government agencies and eventually doing more of that. I reached out to companies that support them, that give them money for this, and asked them, will you help us on the bill side? And they said no. They said that is not our fight. I talked to Matter Hackers about this. They did not want to engage in this. They support the AMC. SME, who puts on Rapid TCT, gives money to this organization as well that's pushing this agenda. I've reached out to them to try to help this. They're okay with this happening because it is a money game on their end. They're working on a 3D printing company in America called Chicago Additive to be the end-all be-all 3D printer here in the States because it's all made by American parts. And that's not realistic. There is no way you're going to be able to get a resource for kids at a $300 level if you're making all the parts here in the US. A stepper motor in the US made is like $250. Like, that's crazy. That's as much as a small printer. So I think that the aspect is for all of us in the community to hit it differently than the drone world, to work with the teachers, work with the educators at the smaller level because they're engaged in it. And I think the drone issue too is also because DJI is a phenomenal product in that aspect of it. And the lobbying group went directly after DJI to do what you talked about, and it's called regulatory capture. It's a term. It's happened for hundreds of years. That's what they do. They regulate it, capture a market, and create a monopoly. And, you know, fighting DJI and getting DJI to support things here, well, they're a Chinese company, so it's a very tough narrative. But you can get Voron on board. You can get these companies here in town. You get Protopasta, 3D Fuel. You get other people like that that are businesses here in America supporting it and get them to help amplify too. Other questions? Yes, there's microphones out there.
There's a question from the stream earlier.
Oh, from the stream? Yeah. Can you get the mic?
Yeah. Okay, from the stream, do you think the new laws about 3D printing will hold people back buying and getting into 3D printing here in the United States? And also people who want not to be connected to some database?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's scary. I mean, I've had on my personal socials people reach out to me and say, I have a 3D printer at home. Am I going to be in trouble? Can my kids use this? I'm concerned. Because people are learning and they're hearing this stuff. And yeah, absolutely, it's a deterrent. It's going to create brain rot. You know, people are going to lose this amazing resource because of arbitrary laws that are written haphazardly. And I think, yeah, absolutely, it'll have a huge chilling effect on the market and on education and these resources that we need to stay competitive and relevant and solve real problems. Like, how many of you used a 3D printer to solve a practical problem in your life? Right? Exactly. Next question. Yeah, he's passing around the mic, coming up here. We're just going to work our way back. We'll get you all.
So thank you so much for giving this panel. I would recommend everybody in this room to read Blueprints for Revolution. That's a really good book on activism and how to get things done nonviolently. My question is, with the advent of social media then, especially with how algorithms are done on social media, how do we break into the echo chambers of each specific little area to then educate, because it's very hard to break into that algorithm.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I think part of it is holding those influencers accountable that are making clickbait and call them out on it and say you're not helping, you know. And I think also reaching out to people in the areas that you don't normally see conversations happening. I had a conversation with the California Firearm Association and told them to step down. You cannot be posting about this. And they said, no, this is a science issue. This is an education issue. We'll help amplify that. I'm working with a very, very big organization in that space that I'm trying to have a conversation where they will step back and say, this is not a gun issue. This is an education issue. And I think if we find those people that are amplifying it, that are our 2A friends that are really like, oh, it's a gun issue, it's a gun issue. No, it's not. Don't play that. Get them to start changing their narrative and shine the light elsewhere, because then it makes them look good. It makes them look like, hey, we're actually consciously engaging in this. And I think that's part of it too, is having people who normally would be fighting us come together. Like, this should be a rallying cry for everyone to not worry about what color their hat is and worry about what's going on in their brain and actually look at the math. And I think that's the probably easiest way to break through in that area with algorithms and social media, and stuff like that. And reach out to other people too. Like, I mean, if you know someone who's like got a really cool cooking show and stuff like that, and you're friends with them, be like, hey, would you mind talking about this here? And find a way to get like a Cocoa Press print in their cooking show. And then they get to talk about 3D printing, and now it's connected. You know, find those little ways to connect the dots in different manners to bring the conversation to markets you don't normally talk to. Next one. Hey.
Hello. So this question is in the context of coalition building outside of the 3D printing community. And like, you know, it seems like partnering with the drone community is an obvious step, but I'm wondering if you've considered partnering with people within the larger crypto community and particularly Bitcoin, because some of these issues are things that that community's kind of already faced. Like if you look at the Tornado Cash and the Samurai ruling, these things basically kind of threaten the idea of code being free speech that was kind of established with cryptography, you know, decades ago.
Yeah, it was Bernstein versus Department of Justice. Yep.
Right. And so now it seems like they have a vested interest in fighting this. And I know that there are lobbying organizations within the Bitcoin community that may be interested in this. So that was it. Yep.
Sure. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm just a regular dude. I happen to have a cool job, and I happen to run a cool nonprofit that's in this space. And I'm trying to use my voice. I think if you have connections in that space, or if you have other things like that, provide information to them. Let them know this is a fight they can join. Because you can focus on the First Amendment elements of this. Focus on the technical parts of this, saying they're trying to put a law into place that's going to allow this to happen. But if it's interpreted differently by the next administration or the next whatever, it could be forced on them. It could be other areas. And I think that's kind of the lesson for everyone here is you all have your own circles that you exist in and different interests. I know a little bit about crypto through Joel and bit mining and things like that. And that my knowledge is I've engaged minimally with it. So I'm not the person for that, but maybe you are, and maybe you could reach out to those people or get it going. And I think it's a great idea to bring this because it affects all different markets and things like that too. So I think that's great. I mean, I didn't even think about that until you just said it about bringing them into the mix. And I think that's wonderful. Next one. Okay, we're just coming up. All right, we got 1, 2, 3. All right, you're up next here.
So, sorry, this might be a little bit long-winded, but I think it'll help the whole cause. So, I'm a lighting expert, and so
lighting,
okay, as in like overhead and everything else. So I was called in for what was a dark skies meeting with the city council. I was invited, but I'm a subject matter expert because I have a degree in it. I'm just got the credentials.
Yeah,
we are all subject matter experts for 3D printing. We are hobbyists. We are manufacturers. We're creators. We are those people. When I went into the council meeting, they had their ordinance, and it said one of the things I got them on. And you asked about who writes these. It's lawyers, and nothing against lawyers.
Oh, yeah.
But it's lawyers. And this lawyer said, this is what it is. He said, the light from a gas station canopy is 10,000 times that of the sun. Now, you think about it, right?
Wow.
Yeah. Like there's 50,
the science that comes out of this shit is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers won't mean anything to you, but it's 50-foot candles for a gas station canopy. The sun, even overcast 5,000-foot candles. So it's 10,000 times that. So I went in there and I had my book, my 3-inch book, and I flopped it open and I said, this is how much it is for the sun. I said, that amount of energy would blow up the pumps, right? So, but the point is that you said, like you said, go with it with the science and talk about it from a science standpoint. But when you look at it, be that subject matter expert. When you talk to your council people, when you talk to the representatives and everything, and you get in touch with them, say, hey, I'm here to talk about this as a person who is deeply involved in this portion of it, and educate them, because that's what I did the whole session. After that session, the lawyer came to me and said, can you help me write the ordinance?
There you go.
That was a success, and that's what we all need to do here.
I agree. That's awesome. Are there any more of those packets that I passed out? Did everyone get one? If there's extras, Scotty, I have a packet for you as well too, and things like that. So that's exactly it. I mean, if you watch the hearing, what was it, Joel? What did it was the chairman that said, "Oh, we have the brightest people in California, and we're going to talk to them about this. We have the experts here, or something."
Yeah. California said that they have the brightest people in California, the smartest people in California to work on this.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm here. Like, I'm not saying I'm a genius, but I'm literally the person you're supposed to be talking to about this. Like, hi, I'm the guy. Like, that's it. And then they just blow it off in that meeting. But then you step outside of that, and then you start having these other conversations and get to people on these facts. And the woman that spoke at the hearing was the lead counsel for every town. And she was the one coming up with these stats and saying, oh, it's 1,000 times worse than it's been. It's like, yeah, if you go from 1 to 10, guess what? That's math. You know, and things like that, and trying to extrapolate stuff like that. I think the stat the ATF had said that there were 346 incidents where a 3D printed object was recovered at the scene of a crime. Okay, there were over 400,000 with regular firearms at the scene of a crime. It's what do you want your talking point to be? What do you want that soundbite to be? But it is about going to people with the math and the logic. And then like the video that came out that we did, like when you listen to them talk and you think about the math, they all look like kooks. It's like, these aren't real things. And I think that's about it, but not calling names, not going after people like that, but just saying, hey, here's the logic, and being the biggest voice of the room and being the educated person and saying, look, this is not real. And if you keep talking about this, you're going to look like a goof in front of everyone. If you ever want to get elected again, no one's going to think you understand it because you think the sun is, weaker than a gas station, that's actually hilarious.
But it's important to focus on the science and the facts
Yes.
of what's presented, and not necessarily the ghost guns, right? This is a 3D printed object.
Yeah.
This could be found at the scene of a crime.
Exactly.
Right, but the whole point is it's not about those numbers.
No.
It's about what is the effect that you're doing, and that's what you've been talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's it too, because also these are recorded. Like my testimony was recorded. That is now part of this bill. This packet that I passed out to you is now a part of this bill. Everywhere it goes, this data now goes with it. So people say, oh, this isn't a thing. But like, well, actually, here it is. Yes.
I was just curious if you think that the hobbyist community, particularly the ones that mess with AI, if it's
the what?
The community the hobbyist community that messes with AI, if it's worth them going after actually trying to pursue an algorithm that can do this, so you can actually bake into the argument of this is the amount of hardware it would take to run this with accuracy, and make and show the actual dollar amount that it would make a printer cost in order to be able to do this.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be accurate.
And I realize that, but I'm saying, do you think it's worth pursuing that as part of the argument, or do you think it would only lead more to that side of the argument?
Well, I think part of that is important because that gets to the science of it. Like, oh God, what's Taylor's channel? Why did I forget? Yes, Connect Creator. He posted on LinkedIn about that, like trying to run the different algorithms on it and what computing power it took just to get it wrong, and how long it took to process it and stuff like that, and if people understand it. But then people go, ooh, well, then it is possible to get here. And you're like, well, no, here's what's going on. But that's why as things like this come up, companies like Anthropic and these other ones can go, oh, well, we can do this. We can solve it. And here's all this money. And then they go, okay, well, we'll just wait till it becomes a thing. Like we have the timeline explained in this, and like how long they expect things to happen. Well, they could put the bill in place. They say it gets through. It actually happens. Like a year later, it's actually in wherever. Well, the technology may not be available, but the law will be in place. So you'll still be restricted waiting for this law to come, the technology to come. And I think that's the thing that is really important to what you said is like, if you want to show them, like, here's what it would take, your timeline is not going to work with this. And what you're going to do in the meantime is you're going to brick the education system. Any other questions? We only have like 2 minutes left. Okay, we got one over here. Pass the mic back. Oh, you have one? Oh, yeah, we'll go her and then I'll hit you. Okay.
I did have a quick one.
No, that's great.
I work in the education field.
Okay, thank you.
As an
Thank you for
interpreter
your
with
service.
kids who do all these kind of things. I'm a very beginning hobbyist, but something I have studied a bit is ways to change people's minds. And when you're dealing with people who have illogical arguments and things like that, one of the best things you can do is ask questions of them. Well, like, what is your real concern? And also telling stories. So for those of you who are making social media posts and things like that, highlight stories of kids who are not going to be able to be involved in a program, who are not going to be able to have the materials and things that they need to do this program because of these laws that are coming into place, and highlight the good things that would be coming from this program. Those kind of stories help change people's minds when they can't understand the facts.
I agree. I think that's a great point. I mean, until the hearing this week on Tuesday, there was no face associated with this. But now you got my putting him up there. You got Steve Builds up there from Voron that was there. He went to the Capitol with me. We had Ann Pauley there. We had Nico from Nico Industries there. Like, and all of a sudden, it's like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on? I mean, the argument, Steve, we had that with that guy, and he's like, I love 3D printing. And Nico got in his face. He goes, no, you don't. He's like, what if you do? Why did you do this? Oh, it's gonna, can you show me right now? And it was like I was talking to a Facebook comment, you know, in real life. But that's what you have to understand we're also contending with, because the conversations have changed, the way people engage has changed. And so by doing that, highlighting things, showing these examples, and what you're doing is no one wants to go like be told they're wrong. No one's gonna come to our print farm to be shown they're wrong. But what you can do is give them an asset that can help them show why they were wrong, but not actually own their wrongness, I think is kind of a way to do it too. Yeah, I love that. I love that. You know, highlight the good and lift it up. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick. I'm curious, being so close to this and in depth and the level of effort that you put into this so far, do you know what the plan is of like what states the lobbyists are going after next? Do you have any insight?
I mean, I know New York right now has their budget keeps getting delayed because of other things in it, but baked into the New York one are some pretty crazy things about creating, you know, databases. I know that they've been trying to pass a law that will have you, if you buy a 3D printer, you have to be fingerprinted and in an FBI database, because I know every 10-year-old needs to be fingerprinted for buying his, you know, Core 1. Like, that's crazy. So it's this aspect of it. I know that's going on. I don't know which ones are next. I know that Colorado passed here. I don't know who went up there to actually go in person and do stuff like that, but I know it's a process. And I know that nothing is permanent. And that's the great thing about this, is that this can evolve. We can have conversations. Like, as I mentioned before, in California, it has to go to appropriations, then it has to go to the assembly, then it goes all the way back through the Senate and stuff like that. There's all points along the way to engage and actually have your voice heard and keep this going. This is just the beginning. I mean, it just happened to work out that the hearing was on Tuesday, and then I'm here at this event today with us, you know, at the RepRap event. Like, it's wonderful for us that we have this. So we could all be here together and go out there and realize we're all trying to do the same thing here, and it is 100% not a red state versus a blue state. It is not a political issue. Don't take the bait. That is easy to get gaslit. Don't even do that. Stand up for your friends that are here. If they voted one way or another way, that's what they did. Deal with what's present now. Deal with what we're doing moving forward. Understand that we can all make mistakes. We can all do things and we can all go forward together, but we're a community. And I think that's the core element of this, that we have to keep embracing that. And, you know, maybe it'll make us even stronger and do more and you know, create new things out of it. But I think that's really it. And I don't know what's next. I mean, I'm obviously focused on New York and California right now. I think Michigan has something on deck. The governor of Pennsylvania mentioned that they would go along with what everyone else did. So, and I know people that are trying to reach Shapiro over there and stuff like that. So if it's not happening where you live, good. That's an opportunity to start getting the conversation going now, so you can kind of steel yourself against when it does come in, and you can help educate people. So your mayor, so your council members, so whoever can actually speak to this intelligently and say no. Because like the crazy thing that Joel pulled out in the video, like there's a lot of crazy stuff in the video. Like when you watch it, have a drink. But like, he says that the chairman flat out says this will be fought in the courts. This is a First Amendment violation. This is this. What the hell are you doing, dude? This is your job to stop this. You are now passing the buck and all of our dollars to something else. And it's like, okay, like we need to hold people accountable and all of that in there too. But I think it's like what you said, is provide the science, provide the information, and be a resource for other people. And I think that's it. Like it's not just me and it's not just one other person. It's all of us in our own communities, amplifying the good and just trying to, you know, keep it pragmatic as possible. I think that's it. We got to go? Okay, we're done. All right, this last one. If you have questions, I'll be on the hall. You guys are awesome. Keep doing it. If you need more information, I have some other packets here and stuff. But we got this. This is not the end.
Well, I'll tell us what. It's like there's like an echo. I really am doing karaoke. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Hey, thanks. We are going to get started now, actually, because I want to make sure there's as much time for Q&A as possible. Is the stream going? Are we good? Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew. I am of AeroCreative. My handle is AeroCreative. And this talk is all about choosing the right 3D modeling software for your first or kind of next 3D printing project. So, if you will, I have a clicker. If you'll imagine something with me real quick, let's say you just got your first 3D printer. This is so exciting, yay! It could be a Mark IV, it could be anything. It could be literally any 3D printer. But I'm willing to bet you probably printed a couple of these. Not the child. Not the child. I have a laser, and now he's getting blind. But not the child, but probably this dragon, or this guy, the Rocktopus, or other celebrity kind of parody thing, or a fidget toy. I mean, these are good. They end up in the garbage in like 2 days, but they are entertaining to have at least. Fun fact, you can actually buy both the dragon and the Rocktopus and the fidget toys and much more print garbage on Amazon for the low price of $22. It's on Prime. Just wanted to throw that out there. But you might be wondering what's next. I mean, after you buy this printer and after you get some experience printing for the first time, you might be kind of sitting there with your printer like, what do I do to keep making this a fun experience, to keep enjoying this technology, and to forward my understanding of this technology? And while you're waiting and kind of thinking about this, your poor printer is collecting dust, which is very sad for the printer. It kind of feels some pretty tough emotions right now. That's why it's time to start making stuff that is personal, stuff that is for you, for your home, for your projects, stuff that is specific to what you want to make. And this is my favorite part of owning a 3D printer, of making 3D printed stuff. It's my favorite by far, not even close. And there's a lot of really cool projects you can make with this kind of technology. He's literally got, this is Open Lone Hollow right here. He's literally got his robot dog right here that he 3D printed and designed a bunch of parts for in SolidWorks. You can design minifigures for your favorite video game or like your favorite like lore, like Lord of the Rings. You can design things to improve your home or improve your kind of workspace. These are all examples of projects that will probably require some level of customization or some level of design that's intention to your space, to your constraints, and that's very likely achievable through 3D software. Now the question is, which one? How do you choose when this is from the 3D Connection website. I don't know if you guys know like the Space Mouse thing, but like this is like probably like, I don't know, 50 of like 270 software that just the Space Mouse supports, and that's what they support. So there's a lot to choose from. Never fear, that's why you're here. This is my guide to choosing the right 3D software for your project based on existing skills you already have and a pedagogical approach that I kind of work with as a former TA and real-world 3D printing comparisons. So like, what are you actually gonna make with this software? Why should you listen to me? I'm so glad you asked. Hi, I'm Andrew at AeroCreative. I'm a content creator, design contractor, and 3D generalist. I'm based here in Boulder, Colorado, so Rocky Mountain RepRap just showed up on my doorstep a couple years ago, which was really nice. I'm a YouTuber, I guess. It's just kind of a little part-time thing. I have about 3 years in CAD and additive manufacturing experience, contracting, and I have about 2 years of teaching assisting at the University of Colorado for a variety of CAD and fabrication courses. And I'm the most anti-AI art person you're ever going to meet, and it's not close. And I will talk to you about that after the show. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And this talk is not sponsored, but it could be. My QR code is on the end. It could be. But all this to say that I have no financial bias to promoting any of these CAD softwares or 3D modeling softwares that I'm talking about. This is the 100% my opinion talk. But let's get started with some basic terminology, which is that your 3D printer wants what's called an STL file. I'm willing to bet that most of you have heard of this. It's very common. It's kind of the standard in the 3D printing industry. And essentially what it is it's just pure geometric data. Now there's another term that's important here, which is that a good STL file will be manifold. And the way I like to describe manifold is it's something, if you filled your 3D model with water, would water spill out? Would there be a hole somewhere? Would the model have a completely uniform mesh all around it. Sorry, the talking out there is kind of driving me crazy. There are non-manifold models. If you have a non-manifold model, they will, it might leak. It would leak if there was the water example, but more importantly, it makes your slicer really upset. We're gonna talk about that more in a second. Kind of on that note, your 3D model is really one big mesh. And every software, no matter what software you use, will export that STL file, will export that mesh. So even if it's CAD and you're not manipulating that mesh, it's gonna export it. And it's a collection of essentially triangular or rectangular faces. So this is the Stanford bunny, which you can see is comprised entirely of triangles. And like I said, what you see is what you get. If you see this mesh, this is exactly what your 3D printer is going to try to make. And your printer won't fill in the gaps most of the time unless the slicer has like autofill settings. And what happens if your model isn't manifold? You see the bunny has like a little eye here. That's not an eye. I deleted that little face on purpose. And ooh, that looks fun. Who's seen something like this before in their slicer? Pretty evil, yeah. It's not good. It's very unfun. That just flat out won't print. And why is this important? Well, the 3D software you choose will affect how that mesh gets created. And there's a couple categories that I'm gonna break this into, starting with, CAD, mesh modeling, sculpting, and then some miscellaneous ones. And for each software, we're gonna go over kind of what it is, what the category refers to, some of the pros and cons of each one, and then kind of the general learning curve that I've observed in my teaching experience, teaching these different softwares to different people. And we're gonna start with CAD. So this is a model I made in CAD. If you guys recognize this, this is the Patriot exosuit from Helldivers. Don't tell my coding teacher, don't tell my coding teacher, but I made this when I was like 9 a.m. in my coding recitation, and I was like really bored, and so it's like you gotta be obsessed with it, right? But CAD, the workflow here is that you're essentially turning 2D sketches into 3D objects. Your geometry is made from equations, constraints, very much like a thoughtful and deliberate process of dimensioning your sketches about your project. It is generally parametric, meaning that you can set parameters that will then inform how the model is generated. For example, you set a dimension, you can give it a parameter, and kind of like making a function in programming, you can have it generate your model based on those dimensions. And like as you can see here, there's a timeline. A lot of CAD softwares leverage a timeline, and timelines are really cool because it means that if you mess up, you can go back and actually fix the error that happened like a couple of steps ago. You can go back in time to make that change, and that is an extremely powerful tool for 3D printing because a lot of the time, something doesn't fit right. Something's not sized properly. This is kind of what your general CAD window will look like. This is me working on a tow hitch cover I designed in Fusion. And it's as far as all of these softwares go, in my opinion, it's the most straightforward. You have very clear tools up here that are designed and show you exactly what they do, and then your workspace, here with your model, and then your timeline. It's very small in Fusion, but it's down here. And obviously this can get very complicated very quickly. I think this is like a door to I'm gonna assume some kind of aerospace project. This is crazy, but it's the same tools up here that made this guy and made this guy. So it's a very straightforward UI in most cases. There's some really big pros for using CAD for 3D printing, which is that it's designed around keeping your model manifold. It is designed to create solid structures. Like I said, it's parametric. So if something doesn't fit the first time, if something doesn't work the first time, you can go back and fix it, most likely. Can't always guarantee that, but most likely. And it's designed for manufacturing and what you can refer to as hard surface modeling. So like this little clicker here could be made in CAD. Like this laptop you could make in CAD. You probably couldn't model my arm in CAD, but you can make like a microwave in CAD. These are hard plastic or metal surfaces. The cons are, like I just said, it lacks organic and smooth modeling tools, so you can't model a organic character. You also have a little bit of limited control over that final mesh, that final STL you're getting. Sometimes CAD softwares will export STLs with kind of these weird geometric artifacts that can not always look that great, depending on if you care about aesthetics. And in general, CAD can be very costly and feature restrictive depending on your license. So it's one of the higher ones here in terms of cost, especially if you're wanting to get into some really serious industry standard ones. Speaking of, for every one of these examples of your 3D modeling software, I'm gonna give you a free and open source version you can look at, an industry standard to look at, and some up and coming ones that I'm kind of impressed with, that I'm intrigued by, that I think could be interested to change the industry up a little bit. Sorry, I'll get out of your way, yeah. I'm gonna mention FreeCAD. FreeCAD is a really cool project. It's great. It's cool, and they just keep making it better. It keeps getting better, folks. But it is a rival to these kind of industry standard ones. You've also got OpenSCAD, which is a very interesting software, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a second. But your industry standards, you've probably heard of these before. You got Fusion, SolidWorks, Onshape. Rhino is a bit different than kind of that CAD workflow I was telling you about. It's a little bit more of like a surface art modeler thing. But it's cool. And Tinkercad, of course, is like kind of a really great gateway CAD to get into their other ones, I would say. There's some really cool up-and-coming ones like Plasticity and Shaper, which are kind of oriented around 3D printing that I will talk about later, but they're pretty cool. I'd recommend checking them out. And people can do really cool stuff with CAD. Someone that I met here was James with Perplexing Labs, who made this absolutely awesome project that generates Gridfinity things using that OpenSCAD software, which is specifically a CAD that operates only through programming. So it's a really funky software, but CAD is so powerful. You can create the most customizable stuff ever with CAD, and it's the tools you have at your disposal, especially when you've got cool projects like this, are really cool. I would definitely recommend talking to James about this afterward. It's a really cool system. My observed learning curve is extremely high fidelity, made in MS Paint. But this is what I've observed as I've been teaching students these different softwares over the years, because I like to say I'm proficient in all of them, which is that initially with CAD, the difficulty is actually pretty low. Like you kind of make a sketch. Holy Lord, you just made a rectangle cube. That's awesome. Like the steps are pretty simple to get very simple geometry, but it quickly gets a lot more difficult when you start to realize, oh my gosh, how do I make the door of a spaceship? Like the features can become a little overwhelming, but I think it levels off after a little bit when you realize exactly how all these tools come together. Okay, that's CAD. Then there's another big category, which are mesh modelers. So who knows who this is? This is Suzanne from Blender. Yes, very iconic. Mesh modelers I like to refer to as true 3D modeling, which is not to say that it's better, but to say that it's more akin to the definition of 3D modeling. And I say that because what you make in these softwares is exactly what you get. You have direct control over that mesh. So what you make in this software, like all these little faces and triangles that I'm showing you here, this is a model I made for an animation for school, all of that is going to go directly from this software to the slicer. And it's designed, generally, these 3D modeling softwares are designed for rendering movies, animation, visuals, but all that to say, it is not impossible and very incentivized to make these for fabrication. It also leverages what's called a subdivision surface practice a lot of the time, which is where you start with like a very high resolution object, which you can then like modify in kind of an organic and flowy way, which is a really powerful tool that it's kind of crazy Blender just uses for free, which is really cool. And it can accommodate essentially all kinds of your final product. So you could model a hard surface object like this robot in CAD or in a 3D model. You could model a microwave. You could do all this stuff. You can model organic stuff. You can use volume modeling where you like take two objects and combine them and then Boolean them together, subtract one from the other. It is very flexible, but that flexibility comes at a cost. A lot of times I'm scrolling Instagram and I see people who are like, oh my gosh, I just opened Blender for the first time, and then they show you a picture of an airplane cockpit where it's like 3,000 buttons that they have no idea how to use. I've heard this description quite a lot of times. I don't think a lot of this is very apparent to what it does without kind of thinking about what it does. And this is a problem that all these mesh modelers have, is that the UI, as much as they'll try to make it better, is just so kind of not easy to understand initially. And it gets, again, very complicated very quickly. What the heck is this? Does this have anything to do with 3D printing? The answer is no, but you wouldn't know that just by looking at it. There's a lot of pros and cons to mesh modelers too, which is that you arguably have higher control over that final mesh. And compared to CAD, you arguably have more control, period. You're able to model organically. That's a big one. You're able to pose characters. So like if you have an organic character, let's say I'm a model right here, you can move my arm to find a pose for your 3D printed character. And if you have like a hard model like that rover, you could rig this. Like this is totally rigged. You can just like move it around using some simple tools to make, kind of a pose you want. And then there's also like a lot of opportunities for scripting stuff, for complex geometry. The tools are very powerful. But then the con is that it's harder to get there a lot of the time, I would say. And it's, as you saw, I would say a generally much more complicated UI between all of them. It's much harder. This is the biggest point. It is much harder to keep those meshes manifold. You're gonna find leaky models that you're gonna bring into your slicer and be, what the heck is wrong with this thing? And it's hard to track down those issues because you also don't have that timeline. You can't go back and work on those things. It's what you would call a destructive workflow. I would say it's a much steeper learning curve, which we'll talk about in a second. And it is not, at the end of the day, it is just flat out not optimized for fabrication. Blender has a 3D print toolbar, but that's an afterthought. That's not how the software was designed. Some examples are lovely, lovely Blender. I would argue one of the best examples of open source software ever. And some big industry standards like Maya, 3ds Max, Cinema 4D. Plasticity, again, we're gonna talk about that later. It's not really, doesn't really fit, but it's a cool up and coming thing I kind of want to talk about. This is my learning curve, again, very, very precisely made in MS Paint. And I like to say that it starts out extremely hard, and then it goes, oh, this is actually easy. Oh, there's a challenge. Oh, it's actually easy. Oh, there's another challenge. Oh, it's actually, you can see where I'm going. The entire process of learning a 3D modeling software is going until you run into an issue, which is essentially every 10 minutes. But doing that and staying consistent is how you learn, and there are a few softwares out there that have as many tutorials as Blender and these 3D modeling softwares. And I just want to take a moment to also mention, like, you can do, again, really powerful 3D printing projects with Blender. This is a guy named The Well Tarot on Instagram. I love his content so much. He uses what are called nodes, like geometry nodes in Blender, which is like a weird like code scripting thing that you can use to make infinitely customizable 3D printable bins that are not only good, but also manifold. And this is that's immensely impressive. But just wanted to show you, this stuff is possible in Blender without like significant like mods or anything. Okay, there's another category, 3D sculpting. So 3D sculpting, and I'm so sorry for this kind of jarring image, but this is the best example I could show of like a sculpted model. But it's modeling around tools that you would be used to in a physical sculpting practice. So like, you know, using your thumb to like smear some clay or like plop some clay on top of something. You know, sculpting is very much a process rooted in the physical act of sculpting or using clay. You start with blocking out an object and then you manipulate it using the brushes until it becomes your shape. You have indirect control of the mesh, so while you're sculpting it, you're kind of influencing how much of the mesh there is, how high fidelity it is, but also you're also not really thinking about that. It's kind of like a balance of like, are you thinking about it? Is the concern that right now? But a lot of the time, the problem is that would often require retopologizing or remeshing, which if you have done Blender, the term retopologizing is probably giving you some chills because it's a process for sure. But it is the way, I would argue, to do organic and character modeling. You can really just pose and shape away. And I know I said that I didn't like this guy. We're just going to take a second to look at this guy some more until I've established that everyone is sufficiently uncomfortable. So, thank you. This is what your sculpting window might look like. So you've got a lot of those very self-explanatory tools over here. You've got a wonderfully sculpted character. A lot of sculpting softwares look like this. There are some that completely fight these rules and just make up their own UI entirely, like ZBrush. And there's really big pros and cons for 3D modeling as well, which is that this is, I would say, the best way to model organic models and minifigures. It's an intuitive, it's an artistic approach. It's easy to pick up. The tools are very self-explanatory, but like I said, you're working with very detailed models a lot of the time, like, again, this guy. But that requires a lot of retopologizing, remeshing to make that not be really angry in your slicer, because the slicer can only handle such a detailed file. And like I said, there's no dimensioning. There's no CAD element to it. There's no precision, and a lot of the times the sculpting software will disagree with your slicer on scale, which gets very frustrating. And it often, like I said, requires the use of another software to maybe retopologize stuff. Of course, lovely Blender makes its way back into our free and open source category with some industry standards. ZBrush, which has, again, just the most unbelievably horrible UI I've ever seen in my life. But it is the standard, so that's cool. And then I learned about this when I was making this talk. Autodesk Mud is apparently an industry standard. Not a very attractive name, but that's okay. And something that has been brought up to me a bunch of times while I've been at RepRap Festival is Nomad Sculpt, which this guy, this little articulated creature, was made in, which I can pass around at some point, I think, although I don't want to lose it because I borrowed it from Cassie at 3D print talk. Nomad Sculpt you can do on your iPad and your phone, and you can just like try it for free, and it's like a $30 perpetual license. This software, take note, it is making waves in the 3D printing like kind of design community. The observed learning curve is kind of just like this. It's like you sculpted a piece of clay. I like to think that it starts out pretty easy, and then you realize, oh my gosh, I don't know how to do anatomy. I don't know how to draw people. I don't know how to be artistic. And then you're like, oh yeah, I'm awesome. And then you can figure it out from there. Couple miscellaneous softwares I wanted to talk about while I check on time. SketchUp. I have a very interesting relationship with SketchUp. SketchUp, in my opinion, is honestly one of the, if not the easiest 3D modeling software that's mainstream to teach. However, it is decent at keeping your mesh manifold and dimensioning for 3D printing. It is dimension-based. It is scale-based. In SketchUp, the sketches are the 3D model. You draw a sketch, you give it a little bit of extrusion, boom, you've got a 3D model, and then you like sketch something on there. There's no like sketch do something workflow. It's just sketch model, sketch model, sketch model. It's like kind of, it's funky. It's really funky. For those reasons, it's really good for beginners. I taught SketchUp for 2 years to students, and they pick it up really quickly. But then, the second they want to do something cool, I find that a lot of features that I would like to see are kind of behind a paywall and are kind of even non-existent. So I think if you want to try 3D modeling and kind of like a sketch workflow, this is cool, but it's also the most used 3D software in the set design industry. Thought that was a fun fact. But it's mostly architecturally based. So SketchUp, worth mentioning. They're based here. It's cool. Try it if you want to try it. WOMP is very interesting. WOMP is a software that's been coming out recently, which is trying to do a very new and different approach to 3D modeling. It's a volume modeler, so I think I mentioned that earlier. Like you've got 2 volumes you're bringing together to make a model. So like you can see this like weird cube thing and then this circle. They're just like kind of meshing together effortlessly. This is a strange workflow that not a lot of 3D softwares have leveraged, and for some people it's very intuitive. They are marketing it as being very approachable for beginners, and they really are, if you go to their website, orienting it around 3D printing projects. It's cool. They're also going down a weird AI 3D model generation thing. So big thumbs down from me. I love that ringtone. That's my favorite ringtone. It's the one I woke up to for years. So I don't like the AI part, but it's cool. It's worth mentioning. Give it a try. It's web-based. Plasticity. This is the one I've mentioned a couple times. Plasticity is a very interesting software that's made by one dude, and he has a vision for a modeling software that joins the kind of the workflow of Blender with like that destructive cumulative workflow with a CAD tool kind of approach, but not parametric, and also not, it's dimensioned, but it's also like the constraints are not very strong, but like you can model stuff in plasticity so quickly. I'd recommend checking it out. It's I would say like if SketchUp had more CAD tools and was a little more volume based. It's funky, but it's really cool. It's new on the scene. I respect the designer of the software a lot, and it gives you a perpetual license. I always like perpetual licenses over subscriptions. Worth checking out. You can make a cool Apple Watch. And then another software that I saw here called CADit, which is a CAD software entirely based on approachability for beginners. The coolest thing about it is that, and the designer of this, who I would go recommend talking to, is that it's an emphasis on progressive complexity. It gets more complicated as you go, but ideally that's building on prior knowledge. I would talk to the guy who makes this. It's at the CookieCAD table. It's based on the same under the hood stuff as CookieCAD. It's really cool. It's web-based. It's like it's very freeform. It's very creative. The UI is what you see like down here. It's very straightforward. I'm very fascinated by it. I recommend talking to the CookieCAD table about this. There's one big takeaway from all this, which is that you might have to use multiple of these at once. So you might model something in a CAD software, add details in a sketching software, add sculpted details in a sculpted software, retopologize back in another software. Like sometimes people have like 4 or 5 softwares that their models go through before they're even remotely done. Yeah, I should have had this slide up, but yeah, you might model in CAD. You might add sculpted details elsewhere. You might rig it somewhere. No one software has to contain all of your steps. Most can, but not all of them have to. And that there's one big strong suit in every software that another software might not have. So you can see like this tank is being modeled in plasticity from a CAD perspective, so they're not controlling the mesh, but then they do have control of the mesh over here in Blender, and there's like a live link thing going on. So there's lots of overlap. All right, I've talked for a long time. Now, how the heck do I actually choose, given all this information? Well, there's 2 ways I'm gonna break it down. But the first one is maybe it's a matter of what you're already good at. So I'm going to run through some examples, and I kind of want, if you want to raise your hand, that would be fun. But I want to know if this sounds like you. Do you tend to see the finished product before you start working? Do you like segmenting your workflow into different windows and UI? Do you believe in like cumulative work over like doing a bunch of work up front and then seeing the result? Do you think outside the box? Do you consider yourself a jack of all trades or like a couple? Anyone feeling particularly related to this one? Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Well, this is where I'd recommend 3D mesh modeling. Thank you, Will. I appreciate that. Even though you are a CAD expert, which is so funny. Yeah, that's fun. Wait till you see the next one, though. Are you a programmer? Are you instruction and step-by-step based in a sense? Like, do you like to set out instructions to make something happen? Do you like using functions or systems in your home to make things happen at a kind of like an automated scale? People are always smiling. They already know where this is going. Do you like doing upfront work, measure twice, cut once, or maybe cut twice, measure once in some other order? Liked geometry in high school? I mean, I think this one's kind of hard to argue with, but I'd recommend CAD. This is where I would approach CAD. This last one's the worst one in terms of giving it away immediately. Are you an artist? Do you like using tools and paintbrushes? I think I even say, do you like to sculpt? Then you might want to try sculpting. But anyone who's ever liked drawing, liked painting, liked doing any creative task like that, I say try sculpting. It's so fun. You can make the funkiest little creatures. I know, I'm working on it. I'm trying to help you understand. So let's try another example. Let's talk to everyone. We're going to kind of go through this a little quickly because I want to leave time for very open-ended questions. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the floor. We're going to take a look at some 3D models, and I kind of want to just hear you shouting out what kind of, or not shouting out because I'd like to hear your thoughts, but kind of what software you'd want to use and why. And I don't think I'm going to pass around microphones yet, but at the end I definitely will want to. So this thing, on printables. How do you think this was made? CAD. Why? Okay. I'm hearing segmented, multiple parts. Precise dimensions. That's great. That's what I see with these screws here. These are probably metric screws. I would probably cry if I tried to make metric screws in a sculpting software. So, okay, I would say yes, this is probably CAD. I think this is even Fusion. What about this? This is a pretty famous one. Sculpting. I'm hearing sculpting. Yeah. 3D modeling, okay, hot take. Well, not a hot take, sorry. Yeah, I would agree. This is very organically structured, but I'd be willing to bet that honestly, you could have started by modeling this in a 3D modeling software and blocking this out kind of inorganically with very simple kind of rectangles and cubes and stuff like that, and then brought it to a sculpting software. A billion ways to approach the same problem. What this? CAD. I would agree, but I know people who could do this in 3D modeling. They're really talented, but I would agree that CAD, especially for something as dimensioned precise as this, probably the answer. What about this? Sculpting. Yeah, definitely sculpting. If someone makes this in CAD, I would freak out. But yeah, that would be impressive. I would lose it. Yeah, definitely sculpting. This is really cool. I have this. Oh, what's that? If you can see that, I don't know if the table's covering it. This designer down here, AeroCreative. I mean, how did he make this? Oh my gosh, was it Fusion? Yeah, I made this in Fusion. This is a CAD thing. This is a storage accessory system for your bike accessories. So you can store all kinds of your bike accessories. By the way, I completely ripped this off from another company because I thought they were charging too much and I got upset. So no cease and desist yet. Wink. But yeah, for right now, it's on printables. What about this guy? This one's pretty popular. Sculpting, modeling. There's arguments for all of them, yeah. I mean, you could even technically say CAD with how many fillets-looking things there are on here. What about this? I know, it hurts to look at. I'm sorry, I'll block it from you. I'm sorry. OpenSCAD. You'd think OpenSCAD, right? This guy does this in SolidWorks. What? I know. If you go check out Endless Design Lab on printables on your social media, stuff like that. Endless Design Lab is a really cool dude. I've hung out with him socially or social media-ly. Yeah, I like hanging out socially. It's fun. This is CAD. He makes this in CAD. You'd think Blender. I would say Blender. I would say OpenSCAD, right? This is so funky. There's seriously so many ways to approach the same thing. Iconic. This is an interesting question. I have two models up here. Both are from I think it's Cassie at the Print Talk booth with these articulated pieces. These are so cute. I'd really recommend coming and checking these out or going to talk to her after this. What do we think? Blender. I hear Blender. Interesting. I start with CAD, finish with Sculpt. Alan, would you have something? Yeah, I think this is a very, very up in the air kind of thing you could say, because like, again, the chain links for this and making them good for 3D printing might be a CAD task, but then also it could be a 3D modeling task, and dare I say a sculpting task. I know people who have made this in Nomad Sculpt. Apparently, you can just do that. And it's like, yeah, so there's a lot of different ways, but I would agree probably if I was gonna do this, start in CAD, model the head in Blender, make it organic looking. What about this one? Sculpt? Really? You think a sculpt? A sculpt with a pattern? Okay. This is interesting. Again, there's no right answer here. Your answer of like sculpt and then pattern, or like generate it with code, there's a billion different ways to do the same thing. So I would argue, yeah, any of these could be true. So we're getting close to the end here, and we have about 15 minutes, and I really want people to ask questions, and like I want to hear your stories about like what CAD software you're interested in trying and why. But before I leave you, I'm going to give you some affirmations to kind of go with you on your 3D printing journey as you learn about CAD and 3D modeling. And the first one is that you are not bad or not good at CAD or 3D modeling. You just need to find the right one. I have taught so many students who have felt like there's no way they could ever model something cool. It's completely unapproachable. It's completely scary. They don't even want to try. And I have seen them go from that mindset to making something incredible, inspiring, using tools and using methods that I wouldn't have thought of. So you are not bad. You just got to find the right one for you. Don't let anyone tell you your workflow or your software of choice is bad if you get to your end result in a way that you like. I mean, if you are able to model CAD stuff in a sculptor, go for it. You're crazy, but go for it, and that's awesome. And I know people who do that. And there's just a little thing down here in the corner, like it's just don't use AI. Don't use AI. It's so boring. And then I think the last one, and this especially applies to like sculpting and kind of CAD tools, use the real world to your advantage. Think about how you would make something in real life and then apply the same logic to a CAD software. You need to make something smoother on an edge. What would you use? Like a deburring tool? Oh, that's kind of like a fillet. Huh. It's really useful to think about real world comparisons when you're doing this, because it's what these softwares are based on. All those tools are based on real world tools. And just one more thing, and I know I said it already, but just AI 3D model generators, they might be tempting. They're getting inexpensive, they're accessible, they're plastered all over my Reddit. I see them every convention I go to except for this one. Thank goodness. I implore you to try it yourself first. I would rather see your quote unquote badly made 3D model than some slop from a generated service. And I'm willing to bet it's probably not even bad. It's probably pretty cool. That is my talk. Thank you very much for your time. I'm opening the floor to questions. I see a hand. This is great. I'm so excited. I'm opening the floor to questions. I am AeroCreative. I am Andrew. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your festival. Thank you. You got a mic over there? Sweet. Okay. This is good. We have 15 minutes, and tell me when I'm done. Tell me when to cut off.
What would be your suggestions in getting parts to be able to transfer between programs, between SketchUp to Fusion to SolidWorks to all these other ones? Because you go from one to another, something moves, something changes, something goes kerfunkum, and you don't know until it's too late.
You are asking the age-old question. This is a great question, and I'm glad you brought it up because I didn't talk about it enough in my talk. I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent here. Everything that I tell my design professionals at my university, like Zach, the Makerspace, like my Makerspace director, no two softwares will ever agree on anything. You think you export something with metric scale, boom, it's 500 feet tall. You make something in Blender that's dimensioned to be 4 inches long. It is genuinely microscopic when you bring it into the slicer. Why? No one knows. No one really knows. But there's a couple ways you can try. The big one that I like to use is just understanding which file types are the most compatible. So if you're bringing stuff from CAD software to CAD software, the answer is .step files. That is a CAD universal, for the most part, I think, universal language that softwares will understand, and your slicer. Like your slicer can read .stp. I mean, I think all the main ones do, like Orca Slicer and Prusa So that's one step. Another step is to, I mean, and this is not really answering your question, but it's kind of like a Band-Aid to fix the problem-ish. It's to find one thing in your model that you can specifically reference as scale or as size or as shape. Like for example, let's say you're making a chess piece in Blender and then you're bringing it into a CAD software for some reason. If you can grab that total Z height, like the total height of it, and use that like to the decimal when you're bringing it into a CAD software, that's like a tool, that's like a practice that I have used. Like find a reference, use a reference somewhere in there to overcome the issue. But yeah, I would do step files for CAD, references for other kind of file types, understand, like do some research on like if you're using Blender, if you're using Maya, which file does it really like the most? And it is, honestly, it feels like they like them and not that it's like a programming thing. It really feels emotional at a certain point. Yeah, does that answer your question? Okay, awesome. Yeah, and I'm happy to talk about it after too. I really encourage it. Any more? Okay, I'm gonna answer, please. Yes, right here. Will, I will get to your question. It's not a question. No. Okay, we'll still mic you up though. Here it comes.
I just want to say that it is an AI thing, but they put a helper in Blender. So when you're lost, you can ask it, what am I supposed to be doing? How am I supposed to do this? You do have to pay for it though.
Who's they? Okay.
People smarter than me. I don't
know. All right. So I know I said I was the most anti-AI person, like anti-AI art person you're ever going to meet. If it's getting information in your hands, I don't hate it. I've used trained models on 3D software before to tell me, how do I accomplish this thing? So that's cool. They also added that to Fusion. Like Fusion added in their own Autodesk Assistant. I haven't tried it. I'm actually really curious how good it is. It sounds bad. But at the end of the day, it's trying to do that exact thing. You're lost, it tells you, use this tool. But the second that it tries to involve itself in your creative workflow, that's where I lose it. But that's cool. I'm glad that those tools exist. I still advocate for looking it up on Google because that's a skill as well. But yeah, it's cool. I like it. If people are able to achieve their creative goals from an information standpoint, I like that. It's good. Thanks for talking about that. I appreciate it. Anything else? Yes, please. We'll get to these two. You get to pick. We went with the closest. Let's go.
I grew up using CAD. Now out here today, they've got Cookie CAD. Where does that fall? Because that doesn't work like any CAD stuff I've ever used.
Great question. I would say that Cookie CAD is kind of like what James had designed, where it is an yes. Thank you. Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Yes. Please go talk to this guy after. He made it such a cool project. This is an example, I think, of someone who has made something that serves a extremely specific purpose. Can you use Cookie CAD to design a spaceship? No. Does Fusion design a spaceship and a cookie cutter? Yes. So I would say there's a niche for those where, like, I think even I talked to one of the designers of Cookie CAD, and she was like, yeah, I was a baker and I had friends who were like, you have a 3D printer. Can I 3D print stencils? And she's like, yeah. And then she's like, okay, but I don't want to do CAD. So can you make me something that would like show me, like, it would just like give me all the knowledge and tools that I need, but as little of it as possible to make this happen? And they said, yeah, and they make Cookie CAD. Now, I advocate for both existing. I mean, certain people, like, I don't think everyone needs to know CAD or 3D modeling. I think it's cool. I think everyone should, but not everyone has to. It's like, I think if those products exist in those niches and solve a problem for that person, fantastic. Especially if it's free and open source. That's the best part. I still advocate for learning how to do it in a more kind of broad CAD software, though. Does that answer your question? Does that kind of address it? Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of the answer to Cookie CAD was CAD-it, because it's the same people who made CAD-it. You had a question, right?
Yeah, so I'm starting to get into 3D printing myself and want to do some more functional projects. But one of the things that I'm encountering as a challenge is, okay, I've got some physical component that already exists that is part of my design constraints now. How do I bring that into CAD? I got to define all the measurements and such.
Great question. And this is getting more interesting every single day. There's a couple ways to do this. If you have a physical thing that exists that you can dimension using a set of, do you have calipers yet? You buy a pair of calipers? Get a pair of calipers, talk to this guy, talk to Will about all the different measuring devices that he has, because he has 3 trillion different ways to measure a radius. It's really cool. But there's a lot of physical tools you can use to make your thing and then measure it. That's one approach. It's kind of the lame answer. Just make the thing. The other answer is 3D scanning. So you can use a variety of tools, many that are open source, to 3D scan your object or like kind of bring your object into the scanned world using a combination of LiDAR, lasers, photogrammetry. There's a bunch of tools. I think some of them are linked in my Discord that you can try that will accomplish this with limited precision. With 3D scanners, what you pay for is what you get, and a lot of them, especially from a software perspective, suck. So yeah, you either pay like $5,000 for one that has terrible software, or $500 for one that has horrible software. So pick your poison. I would say those 2 are a big one. Also, here's the thing: is you go on like a software like what's it called? There's like a GrabCAD. If you have a everyday object, I'm willing to bet someone has made it in CAD, which is a lame answer, which they download it from online. But if you really are like, you want the exact specifications for something like this project down here, I made a little system for you to flip your maker chips into red Solo cups. And I'm like, what are the dimensions of a red Solo cup? And someone had just done it. So I was able to say, okay, these are not red Solo cups, but like I wanted to make a design for printables that included that. So people have made stuff. The internet's been around for a while, and CAD has been around for a while, so there's a good chance it exists. Yes. Okay, I understand they exist. No, I'm kidding. Yes, thank you. That's a great McMaster car. Great examples all around. Photos. Yes. Put it on your printer, the scanner. See? 5 seconds, and designers are already jumping on it. It's great. I love this. Let's get these questions back here. How are we doing on time? We're good? 3 minutes? Okay.
So just a comment, because I'm an avid SketchUp user, but I'm in architecture, so that's my bread and butter. You're right with the paid firewall. My pro version could do a ton of stuff, especially with the extensions. My thing is that I do a lot of modeling now. Is it easier to kind of get into Fusion 360 because it is a different workflow, and that's where I'm having some issues with that.
I practiced this question. I hope you know. I was expecting this question. I practiced it. So, okay, this is exactly what I said when I practiced this question. SketchUp, under the hood, is actually kind of similar to Blender. If you use your hidden geometry tool in SketchUp, you see the mesh, right? So if you think about how you would manipulate something in SketchUp to modify that mesh, and then you see like the change that happens in the mesh, that's the tool you'd be using in Blender. Like you have to see how the mesh gets manipulated, and then think about how you do it in SketchUp. Look up like what is this tool in this software, and there's a good chance there's like overlap. Now I'm not saying you have to do Blender, but I'm saying that SketchUp actually has a lot of similarities to Blender under the hood. Approaching Fusion is another side of that, where I would say go the complete opposite direction. Don't care about the mesh. Don't think about the mesh at all. That is not important. That's not your concern anymore. The software will handle it. Instead, at that point, I would say lean into the existing knowledge you have about designing like something on a flat plane. Like whenever I teach my students SketchUp, I'm like, okay, you're gonna make a handle for a cup, start with a rectangle and draw the side profile of the handle on that rectangle. Leverage your existing skills like designing things from a 2D perspective. Like if you're doing architecture, designing a window from one side versus another side, that's gonna be the kind of workflow that I think you're gonna find more success with in Fusion. Dare I say also, like, take a look at Revit. Like, Revit can do 3D modeling, but like, I think that if you want to try like making a small architecture project in Revit, if you then because Revit's also Autodesk. That's how I actually started. I actually started with Revit, believe it or not. If you jump into Revit and then you like jump into Fusion, you're gonna be like, huh, the UI from SketchUp, the knowledge from SketchUp to Revit transferred, and now the UI from Revit to Fusion transfers. It's a little evil pipeline. What's so funny? Corn dog's moving? The evil robot dog? Oh, I'm sorry. Yet. I see one more question. Can we answer it? I would love to. I'll also hang out afterward. I'll come to you. We have to hurry.
What's your experience with point cloud modeling?
Is that touch designer? I don't, point cloud modeling. This is evading me. Yes. Okay, yes. Photogrammetry is really cool. I have not done it per se, but I know people who do. There's a really cool open source software called Meshroom, which is Meshroom is really cool and it's good and it's getting better every time. And it's, that's what I'd check out. I've done photogrammetry. I've like scanned my own head. There's a YouTube video. There's a short that I did about it. I look really scary. I've done it before. It's an area that I'm not very familiar with. Honestly, the guy that's sitting right in front of you might have kind of more of an experience with that, just because I think that like doing 3D scanning is a little bit more approachable to like a game UI perspective. So I can point you to people who know better than me, and I will if you come see me after. I'm so sorry, everyone. Not that anyone's raising their hands, but that's all I think we have time for. So thank you so much for your time. If you have a, oh, stop. Thank you. If you have your phone, give that QR code a scan. I publish a bunch of free open source projects on printables. I make YouTube content about making 3D modeling more accessible, more fun, more exciting. I make Instagram content about really stupid stuff. And my goal is to make this whole industry happy and accessible. So if you have a moment to scan that QR code. I think I still have my voice acting demo reel on that link tree, so don't look at that, because I need to fix it. But everything else, please. Yeah, and if you remember, I'm open to sponsorships and I have a media kit on my thing you can take a look at. But I will leave the mic to everyone else. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of your Recommend RepRap Festival. I will see you around, and as always, let me know what you guys think.
Hello. Yeah, it works. Hello, my name is Rudolf. I'm from Prusa Research. I run marketing there, and I have been asked to do a talk here. Since I didn't know what to talk about, I asked organizers to give me some suggestions, and they provide me with these 3 suggestions, so I decided to cover it in a topic, but the name of the talk is Evolution of 3D Printing. I will be honest, I done it on a plane here. It was a long flight, but it's... I will run it and I will show you some of my ideas, share one fun story which I never actually shared with the public, just with some of you. And then we can do Q&A. First of all, Prusa is not Apple when we talk about innovation. And that's something which, we have been labeled so many times. You have to understand that I'm from marketing, So if you get bored, feel free to leave. We tend to roll in slightly different way because sometimes we do things a little bit differently, and each industry needs its own leader. But on the other hand, this is our planetarium presentation in Czech Republic, 360-degree cupola, where we introduced one of our products, and I tend to say this was actually even more exciting than one of the Apple WWDCs and other conferences. It doesn't mean that we don't do a pretty design, because Core 1 actually won Red Dot Award, but you can also do some different things with it. And we decided the same printer to actually drag behind a truck. Yeah, that's also different ways, different way of doing things. I wanted to play the ad for you if you have not seen it. There are 2 of them actually now. One is like introduction, where we torture printer a little bit, and we were like, oh, this survived very well, can you go next level? And Alex actually from the printer off the cliff in the car, he dragged it behind the car, and somehow, yeah, it kind of worked. We were still surprised, and we plan to actually repeat that test in Czech Republic before the Prague Maker Faire. And let's be honest, you probably don't want a printer which is like an Apple computer. One really interesting story. My father, he had actually Alfa Romeo 164 in 90s, and I love buttons. And I love that all car industry kept saying us, like, oh, you need a large display in the middle, and that's how we're gonna control the car. The man himself, Johnny Ive, actually got opportunity to design a new interior of Ferrari. I don't know if you've seen it, and he actually designed it with buttons. So I'm looking forward to what the car industry will do. Especially for climate control, it's fantastic when you're driving your Tesla and trying to fish for your cooling. And we do exactly the same. Like, for example, for me, that knob on a Prusa signature oak is the best interface ever invented. And it's actually the same interface as Prusa Core 1, but the knob is machine metal, and you get a sense of pleasure just going through the menu. And I like to say Prusa is just Prusa. We do things different way. We will not sell printer, or we are not likely to be successful selling printers to people which are not truly enthusiastic about the 3D printing, because you don't want to spend premium. And I will tell you why you're spending a little bit of the premium for the Prusa. First of all, Prusa is cool. Well, maybe you don't want to spend for that. Prusa is tool that now it starts to get really interesting. Prusa is also innovation. And I think that's the most important, because when you buy Prusa, you're investing in a universe which is far more important. And those are some of the innovation which we did, we are doing, or we are participating on. Let me start with Excel, 5 years old 3D printer, which has not been surpassed. 5 tools, 36 centimeters cube size. Easy print, first ever cloud slicing. I don't know if you ever tried it. If you haven't, please do. It's beautiful. Every single time we are at show when nobody understands 3D printing, I just pull out my phone, I open up printables, and it's like, what do we want to print? And then I hit print, and I show him my list of printers, and I said, I could finish it right when I'm staying here, and then I come back home, and I have a print ready. We do also like some weird sorts of filaments. We have 40% magnite. We have a tungsten 75%, which actually shields radiation. We just actually patented space filament, which has a zero outgassing, and it's ESD safe. You can literally print your satellite on your MK4 or even MK3, you just need a harder nozzle. And we are sending this material into space as we speak because we actually developed it with the space agency. There is a tool head from HT90. I think many people might not know, but it has a variable cooling. Normally, if you want to start cooling your print, it takes about 3 seconds for the ventilator to go to 0 to 100 RPM. This takes 0.2 seconds because we're constantly channeling air through that white tube, and then there is a servo flap, which is actually interesting because Sicer supports variable cooling for years, but with input shaping, it's unusable because with the standard vent, you would have to wait for ventilator to go proper speed, and that would actually slow down the print. So this is actually first printer which can take true advantage of it. With filament 2, we are working on silicon printing liquid filaments. Come to our booth. We have some few samples, which are super weird, and it's gonna be amazing. Down there is actually Bontech. That's another company with Protocol Index, and we are partnering up to democratize multi-tool printing even further because Excel has been here for many years. We have loads of application, loads of experience. 8 tools is gonna be interesting. We struggle to find even models and application for that, but I found it as a beautiful storage. You might maybe not need to change your filaments for a very long time because everything is loaded and you have a different sizes of nozzles, different filaments. Down there is Jon Schone. That's actually, we have very little to do with it, except he came to us, he's like, oh, I want to do new extruder for flexes. How we can collaborate? And we said, it's very easy. We provide you with 3D printer, support from the factory, and show us what you can do. And he did this amazing 3D printer, which he brought to Maker Faire. And then I put 2 older ones, because I don't think that many people know that Prusa was actually first to have a single extruder multicolor printer in desktop version, and it's quite funny because quite a lot of companies try to present that as a true innovation. We are not doing even MMU3 for Core 1L, and it's interesting. Actually, when we will talk about the patents, somebody patented that in Germany, and now we have to actually try to fight that patent back. To be fair, that somebody was some Chinese company. And then it's i3, and I think that's the most iconic design, which Joseph Prusa himself actually scribbled with Michal and gave beautiful gift to the industry, because if you ask 3-year-old to actually draw you 3D printer, it will look like this. So we are kind of engine of the industry, and I'm happy that the company is called Prusa Research, because we are not always great in delivery. So if we would be called the Prusa Production, it would be a little bit more difficult. So we usually run the innovation, and then it takes a little bit of the time to bring it to the market, but we are scaling up. And future is wild. This is actually a picture from Friday. That's the reason why I was a little bit late to here. We had amazing day at the MIT, Centrum Bits and Atoms. I don't know how much I can share about that printer on the left-hand side, but it's one of the students, and he's actually running Core 1. He says the extruder is amazing, but all the other electronics are completely replaced. And it's called the constraints optimization. Basically, you don't need a slicer, you don't need to tell the printer which material you're using, and it kind of works. It's not perfect, but they showed us many things how we can actually go forward, and we discussed some of the things which we have inside of the house as well. And it's interesting, but it's a very early stages to be put into the production. And research costs money. So let's cut the, I don't know what that stands for. Anyway, one of the things, and that's what I want to talk about, is that we run the research, but then there are companies coming with the different stories when they try to tell us that things are different, that things are better, which are not better, and etc. So how many people actually believe that Core XY is superior to Cartesian? Not many? Why? The Cartesian is quite old, isn't it? So the rest believes that the Cartesian is superior, or you believe they are equal? Fantastic. I'm happy to be in front of that community, because quite often we hear that the Core XY is better, and we can see it also on the market when we actually launch Core 1. Many people are going for the Core 1. What we don't see in the background is a shift of materials which we sell. Actually, we still sell majority of PL and PG, so I still run my MK4Ss. They are absolutely incredible. And that was funny because in the same trip, we went to one of the MIT labs, and there is one guy which is running it, and he's like, oh yeah, we are not going away from our Cartesians because they are more precise. And second thing, if you prototyping from PL and PG, you don't have to actually compensate for the lack of cooling, which Core 1 is excellent for, but it's still compensation because there is very difficult to beat open frame design. And in terms of the precision, especially when you're building your own printer, it's very difficult to build Cartesian because you have a shorter belt travel. And that's also, for example, comes to, for example, to our Delta printer. Many people believe that we did industrial printer in Delta because it's so fast and the fastest mechanism possible. Actually, it could have been a Core XY easily or whatever else. But we played a different party trick. We need to heat up the chamber to print advanced materials to 90 degrees. And actually, by putting as much electronics outside of the chamber, we can cut the cost of the printer to minimum price, or it's still quite expensive. But to have the electronics which can withstand 90 degrees, it's already some cost, and if we would go further, it's even more cost. So it's actually delta because we can move electronics outside. And then to a funny story. How many of you know that model? Thank you. Actually, I have designed that model for Prusa. That's actually part of our marketing work. Because at some point when I arrived to the company, I heard like a lot of stories like how great other printers are, and that's why I got interested. I asked the company to buy all the printer which were kind of significant on the market, and I went printing. And my colleague found it hilarious from the content team, and he actually took a picture. But there is actually a lot more. I was recently cleaning up my cabinet, and it actually took all this white yellow box to throw out all the different models. What you see these pagodas, they actually tell me like what is the cooling of the different printers. This is actually ways which I designed, and it shows you how quickly the printer can change the tool heads because it doesn't allow the printer to actually speed up. So you actually it compensates a little bit for the motion system. And then it shows you reliability because it's 2,200 changes, and I think Excel can do it like in somewhere between 13 to 17 hours. Those were our VFA issue. That's something which actually I was not testing for. That's something which we were researching why we are getting VFAs. That was not very pleasant. But on the other hand, we were actually getting VFAs on structural prints, which was quite interesting because the industry was pushing us constantly towards the fast prints. Those boxes there, that looks silly that somebody's printing like, I think they are 20 centimeter boxes, but we were sending it back to the lab to measure it on key ends and size compared to the STLs and to tell us what are the deviations in measurements. And there would be like many other models. This is actually printed this stadium is printed on Excel without the supports. It can actually do that roof, which is 75% overhang. It can do very detailed features, and it was like if we can print the architecture without the supports, and many others. Like you see a lot more plates down there. I would usually mark it. Sometimes I would blind mark it, so when I can show it to my colleagues and ask them to judge by themselves. That plate also got a little bit of the traction, especially when we launched Core 1, I had extremely long with all 3DP, which were telling me that in our marketing talk we said the Core 1 cools as well as MK4S, but I keep saying that actually it's compensation, so how is that possible? And I said, yeah, the margin is so narrow, but it can still do it. But then, and actually, that model since beginning was released as in the strictest possible license, and I did that after advice of my colleague because he said, hey, this is actually quite fun model. If you allow people to actually tweak it, they might be getting similar results, so why you don't actually close it so you actually control that this model is printed always as you design it. Still, it appeared on the Maker, what is it, what's the name of that place? Maker Word. That would be actually fine. Like I didn't feel offended by that. And actually, I didn't even feel offended by this. This is P2S. advertising or their product page. And I was like, okay, they're using the plate, it's quite nice, it's becoming the standard of the industry. But then this happened, and you can see P2S and the others. I don't know who they meant by the others. So that got me thinking. That was like one of the first days when this printer is launched. I don't have my fingers on it, so we had to order it. And some people were saying, here are my results, pretty good. Other than one small area that would not pass in our factory, but we still get some companies advertising against us and to our community, hey, we can do it while others can't. So I don't know where the truth is. And we do these like crazy multiple tests before we market the printers because we always want you to do the printer as a tool. So we would measure the noise. Those are actually the key end results where we actually were sending the models and then they were measuring it back and sending us the deviations and we were calibrating our printers. Those are actually on top, those are a CT machine. That machine costs $1 million. It's a medical machine and we were sending it to the university. And all I'm saying is this is a small drop in the sea. I'm not really offended by companies like using the scandic plate and that is, I find it actually hilarious. But there are a lot more smart of you doing something bigger, and we like feel that the atmosphere is changing, that you need a protection, and that's why we actually had the idea for open community license since I think I was in Prusa for 3 years, but we just recently actually launched it because we were always worried about reception, but it just became a necessity. And there are gonna be new versions. We are accepting feedback. We are talking with some people doing some new 3D printers. For example, OpenCal from Berkeley, which is a very interesting printer when it comes out as open source. Wherever they want to use open community license, and we're taking the feedback and trying to adjust it. So we try to fight for the community. And another thing is like, this is not only way to pick your brain when you publish something, but sometimes it is prior you even publish it. And I actually took this from Joseph's presentation at MIT Museum. Those are 4 rules of what do you have to do when the company is registered in China. Those are the laws which would apply to your company. And this is also the amount of the patents filed in China. There is an incentive to file the patents. You get actually tax benefits and etc. And then crazy things happen. I don't think that our patent for MMU2 or MMU1 was patented in Germany, but it was done through the change of the patents between the countries. So we take critical infrastructure very seriously. And we even have a version where we are able to like burn some of the PCBs. I know if you don't need a USB or if you don't want to have a connection to LAN, you basically decide how you want your printer design so you feel safe about it. But I have to tell you, the printers which we sell to the general customers are already incredibly safe. We know who we sell it to. We know who is on the invoice. And that's all we know about you. So Prusa is Prusa. We roll our own way. Prusa is tool. Prusa is innovation. But what is the most important? We care about the 3D printing. We want to be doing the 3D printers, which we want to use by ourselves. I always say, if you don't believe our mission, come to Prague. We will give you the factory tour. You will sneak peek to every office. You will see even accountant has a 3D printer, because when you start in Prusa and you are not in production, you have to actually build your own 3D printer. It's not required, but we say who didn't build the 3D printer didn't last in a company for a very long time. It's not to torture people. It's about that people get passionate, and it's funny because we have, for example, the lawyer, which never 3D printed before. And 1 month you meet her and she's showing you the flower pots and everything, which is absolutely incredible. And because we care about the 3D printing, we care about you. So I was quite fast. We have 20 minutes. I don't know if you want to use it for questions. That's going to be long 20 minutes, but please feel free. There is a gentleman over there.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a question about the OCL license. And to frame it, I'm trying to understand. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm trying to understand whether it creates like a soft wall garden. And to try to get a sense for that, a question I have to you is,
let's say you have two different companies, and these two companies release designs with their own OCLs, right? And then someone comes later and finds a way to merge those two together. At that point, and let's say now these two companies that the parts came from, they like this thing and they're like, oh, it would be nice to use this commercially. How does that work in that case? Does each company basically have to have a license to the other so that they can use this derivative product from both companies? Or like who even actually gets rights to exclusively use it for commercial purposes?
Okay, so I'm not lawyer, but if I understand you correctly, that would be actually not different to any other patent or different law. You always have to make agreement with the people which hold the patent or which contribute it. Basically, what open community license does is it gives you the power to decide. Before with open source, you basically say, okay, I don't want to have any power and etc. And then there are some like nice things that you should contribute back, that you should be mentioned and etc. But the reason why we actually built the open community license was that that is not enforceable. Basically, the lawyers almost laughed in our face when we said like, oh, so how are we gonna enforce it? It's unenforceable. So it twisted the game in a really strange way because then you are in power. So in theory, it's up to you to decide what happens. Like, for example, if you would like to merge the companies or anything, you just give somebody approval and say, feel free to use it for commercial, and you don't have to get compensated for it. For example, when I show you the picture with MIT, Joseph is speaking to the students. We are sharing ideas. Obviously, some paths are crossing. And Joseph is saying, like, yeah, we're releasing everything under open community license, but since you are such an amazing university, just contact me, and everything is now free for grabs. So if they need some formal note, we would just actually issue the letter, but that's how you actually deal with it. So we could say, okay, we are giving the power to people. They might not always be the nice, but it's, I think what was beautiful about open source, everybody played kind of equal game, and then some people decide that, it can be exploited, so we're actually setting it back. But yeah, no license is ever gonna be perfect for each use. Any more questions? Gentleman over here.
Do you have a release date on the INDX?
We will give you update next week, so by Friday, hopefully. We hope. I don't know who was first over here.
I appreciate your guys' commitment to, I think, us as consumers, in terms of privacy and control over your own equipment. What are some of the concerns or some of the movements in California and Washington for like controls over 3D printers in regards to like, what can and cannot print?
Okay, I have to be careful because we didn't give any public statement, but okay, I will give you my personal statement, my personal view on it. I find it hilarious, and it was interesting to talk to David because I thought, just some people filing up bills because nobody stops you to file whatever you want. You can ban people under 50 to drive cars, and you can try to enforce that bill. For me, it was always because last year when the incident happened, we actually were asked to comment on it, and I said, no comment, because this is not our game. This is a game. If you really want to stop that game, talk to the people which develop the software. That should be all the CAD, because there you can do it. Like 3D printing is not evil. Like CNC machining is far more capable, and there are milling, and we can go endless ways. And that's one thing. So that was funny. And what was even what was even crazier, that actually somebody would suggest that the 3D printing is the best tool for it. So I still don't understand, if you want to punish 3D printing, why you don't go first to the company which can stop it. Because like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna put some weird software which will try to use AI and say like, this is a toy gun. I have been in a situation where I actually led one of the biggest retailers in the Czech Republic, and every single time the little soldier had a gun, we got all store taken out because we got in a fight with Google ultimately take it out. So that might happen. Are you gonna get red flag when you're printing something for your kid? But going to all the research around the world and stopping this, or actually I have a 4-year-old home, and showing him what the 3D printing can do from very young age is extremely powerful. So I would say the benefits of banning 3D printing against the kids is total nonsense. Like then we should also stop woodworking. I think even woodworking could be more powerful in some certain ways. With yeah, I'm not gonna give you any ideas. But let's see, if there is, we are monitoring the situation, we definitely disagree with it. And whoever wrote the bill, if they could explain why the CAD software is not involved at the first place, because there you can 100% know what's happening because they have even simulations. Please let us know. And they have assemblies as well. Oh, really? Fingers crossed for everybody, because maybe next year we will appear with all with the licenses, so we will be checking on entry. Please go ahead.
So you mentioned how open source licenses are near impossible to enforce, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How is the open community license going to be different in how it is enforced? How is it going to be easier to enforce?
Yeah, that would be definitely a question to our lawyers. But basically, I think the simplest answer, and whoever is the lawyer here, they can correct me, is that when you have actually open source license, once you release it under open source, you give all the rights away. You're basically saying, this is not my product anymore. Everybody feel to contribute. With open source license, or open community license, you actually hold it in your hands because it's still your property. You have a right over it, and that's why I said you have to approve, for example, commercial use with it, and etc., etc. So you are still in the driving seats, and you didn't let your rights to go away. I think that's the major difference. But anybody is a lawyer here? Yeah, we don't have a foundation like organization behind it, but we still like that lawyer costs money, and I know we've been doing it for 3 years, so we definitely invested money in it. There is actually, I think, quite soon coming 1.1 version because we are taking feedback quite fast. We want that to be used, but at the same time, I'm trying to say, like, if you find like open source license is definitely cool. We're not fighting definitely against the open source license, like any license which you want to choose. We just wanted to find some middle ground which is kind of open source, but it's different. So you actually keep your own rights to yourself to a certain extent. Any more? Please go ahead.
Different topic, but so I'm curious about if there's any work Prusa does in regards to doing air quality testing, specifically on ultrafine particle emissions.
Yes.
Okay, could you speak to that?
Yes, we have the UL license, and that's quite interesting because we met two customers from government, and they said the first is actually the IT security, which is very easy to pass for Prusa, especially when we have a critical infrastructure, because they can just come to us with the request, and we can put things which could be compromised. Because, for example, they are like, we don't care that actually the USB is not there, but there are ports which could be soldered. And I will come back to the particles, and the same requirements actually for particles and that. We, for MK4S and MK4, we have the UL certificate with our PLA and PETG. We were first ever 3D printing company to do it. There is like report, I don't know how many, maybe 60, 70. The report is like super long with all the measurements. It passed it with the flying colors. You can actually search it on the internet. There is the blog article about it. With Core 1, it's kind of obvious. It's the same extruder, same temperatures, same material, enclosed printer. So actually, I checked with the office. It's filed for a UL. It should come out very soon. With Index, I know we will have to do the new certification probably because there is a different heating element and different extruder. But again, I'm not expert in chemistry, but I think the bottleneck are the materials, and our materials are fine. While I actually see that it's becoming more and more important, I asked the head office if we could do it for the other materials as well, because if you're working for government or a company which has a requirement for it, please shoot us email, because we're definitely hearing that out. And if we see that the other materials needs to be certified, we will do it. But again, I said 90% of the prints are PLR or PETG globally. So we actually started with those two materials because those licenses or those measurements are not cheap. And if you ask us how it's actually done, there is like a chamber. I think it's maybe the size of up to this stage. And there are like a lot of sensors around, and they measure everything possible which could harm you. For us, it was quite important. Our main market is still US. And if we're talking about the responsibility and etc., so of course, if we're killing you, it might actually backfire a little bit later. So we wanted to be sure, and we constantly, trying to make sure that our filaments are safe. That's, for example, interesting example. When we were developing the wood fill, it took 1 year to actually develop because they were constantly running into two issues. Either it was not printing properly because of the chips, or they were adding additives which were not safe. But after 1 year, they were able to produce filament, which is amazing. And if you haven't tried our wood fill, I strongly recommend, because the whole room smells beautiful afterwards. With the wood, not with the chemicals. Please go ahead. We haven't learned much from the government because we ask politely and then very little we get answer. But we have a farm with 600 of our printers in Prague, which now expanded by many more. We have a Core 1 farm with 100 printers. And even in our promo video, that case of Core 1 is made of metal. And you can actually put magnetic exhaust on the back of it, and that's actually best filtration, because then you can use large HEPA, like if your building would have the large HEPA filters in the top floor, you can actually channel it into the building or any filter which you need. So yeah, just use a chimney if you need to. Like if you really want to go over the board, that's the best solution. Yes, please go ahead. Yes. You mean the Albanese? I'm definitely bringing some back home, but they are still Haribos. And I don't know, are the Haribos produced here as well? Yeah, but they're worse. Oh, really? I will double check. I don't know if we are shipping. We actually trying to achieve something which is extremely tough, and it's made in America, not only assembled in America. So if the gummy bears needs to be assembled in America or made in America, they will probably have to be, because I don't want them to actually affect the certification. So, but I will definitely take that comment and we will check it. I will also buy the Haribos here to do the A/B test back home, because I like testing. Yeah, I will bring, and I will do the blind test with my colleagues. It's a fantastic task, and for next week. Any more? Please go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I would say it's the same. Unfortunately, I didn't build the Voron. I don't know how the documentation looks like on that, but I think even if it would be not as good, or even it would be better, I would recommend anybody who is into the 3D printing to build a 3D printer. I enjoy building things, designing things in CAD. I hate building 3D printers. I still build one, and it's definitely not the last one I have done. I will do it in future one more time, maybe 2 more times, I don't know. It's like when you do very long hike, it's a pain, but then you're actually really happy that you have done it. But I think that actually caters to it. Like, if you look at it, why we still support kids. You don't buy the 3D printer if you cannot change the light bulb. You have like some kind of the skill. So telling us that a 3D printer should be like an Apple, you already failed there. That means like, who you catering to? Like people printing just toys? Okay, that's fine. I respect that, and that's definitely okay. But some people, when they buy 3D printer, they have a motivation to do something better, something next. So when you're actually building the 3D printers, you're already learning about the fasteners, you're learning about the stepper motors, you understand that there is a PCB, there are some connections, there is some electricity going through, you need some cables. So maybe if you want to build your robot, you actually just done it. Actually, I had to Google it once. I was like, can a 3D printer be considered as a robot? Because I was always talking about it as a robot, and yes, it can. And that's actually how all the research started, machine replicating machine, RepRap. So it's a beautiful thing to do, and I always say no matter how much money you have, if you have opportunity, build a kit because it's a fantastic experience. You will learn a lot. You will know how to fix your printer. You will know how to upgrade it. And one more important thing, you will understand our quality. Because we don't hot glue things. Those nuts, bolts, and screws, they are sign of a quality. Please go ahead. Yes.
And so how do you guys go about like the quality control? Because I understand that you guys go through rigorous, intense
Yes.
quality control. And are you going to be shipping kits through them? Do they ship it to you and then you ship it out?
There is still discussions like what's gonna be done where and etc. But there are so many indexes at the moment, like around the factory. Like the guy which is behind the core one is on it, like 100% of time. We are making sure that that's exactly actually a great example when I showed you the John Shone multi nozzles. It's extruder. That extruder is really interesting for sofa bricks, but to put a Prusa logo on it, it's a quality, it's a support, it's a production, and etc. So that's why we're motivating people which want to do their own innovations, especially on our printers, because they are opening new doors, which certainly, like for example, as I mentioned, how many people printing with PLA/PG, TPU printing might be not that big, but yes, if somebody wants to build proprietary tool to print flexes, we try to support it, but then we actually ask them to issue it under their own. For us, partnering up with Filament 2 and with Bontech, it's definitely a new experience, but that actually helps us to accelerate the development, to get all the great ideas, to also showcase, like, if you have a great idea, come to Prusa, we can actually build it together. But it's definitely a learning experience. But the quality, I'm from marketing, but for me, it's very important that we will achieve it. So if we wouldn't, I would be definitely pushing. I'm sure we will. Like there was no product. Well, maybe MMU2 had a little bit of rough start, but the rest, I think we were kind of fine. Any more questions? Great. So we can finish ahead. Thank you very much.
Hello? Okay, cool. Hi, so welcome to the final talk of Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival 2026. Hi, Max. Today we're going to answer the age-old question that I'm sure every single one of you guys have been wondering about for a very long time, which is, what happens if you give a bunch of teenagers $5,000 to design their own 3D printers? Cool. Now, I do want to preface, before getting here, I got sick 3 weeks ago, so I haven't really been able to practice. I'm on like the worst concoction of like menthol, caffeine, and other various over-the-counter medications. But anyhow, we're gonna try and make the most of it. So, quick rundown. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm a 20-year-old from Toronto, and I'm part of HackClub. We are a online global community to basically support teenagers designing their own projects. So we run grant programs, such as Blueprint over here, which basically you could design any hardware project and get up to $400 to build it. We also run in-person events like hackathons. So this was Undercity. It was a 4-day hardware hackathon held at GitHub headquarters in San Francisco. We ran that over the past summer. And we also run AMAs. So here are some people we ran online Ask Me Anything sessions. They're usually about like 2-ish hours. So that's a bit about HackClub. And then here are some projects you may have seen online that were made by teenagers. This is Doom running in a PDF. Yeah, this one went pretty viral. There's also, I don't know if any of you guys are into FPGAs, but this was made by a 16-year-old from France, and it raised $25,000. And this is what they call a biblically accurate keyboard. So I think all those keys over there work. And this was from a page on the mechanical keyboard subreddit for the day. So that's a bit about HackClub. For the past 2 years, we've run an event called Infill, where it's an online challenge for any teenager in the world. And the way it works is, step 1, you design your printer. So that's my wonderful Fusion 360 sketch. 2, hello? Okay, hi. 2, you get funding. So you could get up to $350 to actually buy the parts to build your printer. And then 3, you actually have to build your printer. You know, it can't be a pile of half-finished parts, as we're all too familiar with. And then 4, after you build it, you go to a MRF. So we run this 2 years in a row, and now this poses the question: what happens when you do this? So the short answer: summoning circles. Fire hazards. This is a picture of our booth from last year. The EMF from the motors prevented some clipper connections from actually working. It was pretty horrible. The second TLDR, we have flight delays. The $80 Uber from Denver to Loveland. Yeah, but there is more. Like, these are actual cool printers. But before we get into that, I want to talk about how did we get here and why? So I want us to all go back in time. Think about the first time you found out about 3D printing, you discovered it, and like, where were you? What was that like? And like, I do actually want answers here. So like, once you thought of something, like, raise your hand. When asked, like, where were you when you first heard about 3D printing? YouTube. Cool. Do you know which YouTube video? No. All good. Cool. Anyone else in the back? Drones. Wow. Okay. Cool. And what was it like? What was your first reaction when you found out about 3D printing? Like, for me, like, I was a 10-year-old at the Maker Faire in Toronto, and I thought it was so cool that like you could just make things in 3D. Like 10-year-old me was blown away by the idea that you could just make 3D objects out of thin air. And so I was obsessed with the idea immediately. And I then proceeded to beg my parents for 2 summers straight for a 3D printer. Don't do this, they'll get very annoyed. However, it did work, it did pay off. Oh, I missed a slide there, cool. So, this was my first printer. How many of you guys have been printing since 2016 or so, 2015? Just starting around that time, yeah. Okay, cool, so some of you guys might recognize this printer. Yep, so this was sheet metal, a Mark 10 extruder clone, a Melzi board, I believe, and the worst build hack clone known to man. But the good news is that this did not burn down like many other printers at the time. And this could all be had for the low price of $400. I think I was 11 or just about 11 by this point. I was stoked to play with this thing. However, I'm just gonna flip through this real quick. Oh. Wait, how do I fix this? Oh, there we go, okay. So, quick show of hands, how many of you guys bought like a similar printer that was really just like the cheapest you could get and it didn't really work very well? Ender 3, yep. And any others? Monoprice Mini, yeah. Wasn't that like pretty much similar to this? Oh wait, no, that was the cancel lever. Right, cool. And like, I bet it was awful, right? Like it took you hours to set up, and then like maybe you got one half decent print out of it, and then the bed went out of level, and then there was heat creep, and then it jammed, and then you couldn't find any help, and then you left it there sitting dust. Like how many of you guys had this experience? Yeah, pretty much half this room. So, sorry? ABS? We all start somewhere. Cool. And you know, we all get past, or not all of us, but we get past this stage like one way or the other. For me, it was just getting a Prusa Mini like 3 years later. But like, you know, some of us go on even further and like design and build our own 3D printers. So, you know, quick show of hands, how many of you guys have like either built a Voron or like designed your own printer? Yeah, like a good amount of this room, right? You built it, sorry? I turned one of those shitty Ender 3s into a Ender 3 NG. Oh, that's cool, that's really cool. And now, I want you to think, like, what got you, like building a printer is a very complicated task. What got you actually, what like kept you through it and like kept you in it? I want you to remember this answer for later because it'll be very important. So don't answer just yet, but like just take like 5 seconds to think about it. What was like the most important factor into like allowing you to persevere through making something like that? And in the meantime, we get some water. So, hopefully you got 10 minutes to think about it. Going back to the A1, or not A1Me, DI3. This thing was awful. When I first assembled this, the gantry was misaligned. I fixed that, and then I actually put a double layer of build tack, which meant I had to drive up the bed much higher than it needed to be to reach a certain temperature. And then that fried the MOSFET on the thing. So basically, I ended up just not printing. And like throughout this entire process, I felt very stuck. I felt very alone in dealing with my problems because I was an 11-year-old. Most of my classmates had not even heard of 3D printing by this point. And so what did I do instead? I did esports. If any of you guys have heard the game Overwatch, But I spent many, many, many hours of my life like playing video games and competing. That's me with my team out at dinner. I think this was 2022. But one important thing to note is I did still, in fact, make projects during this time. So here's a 3D printer I made, or not 3D printer, sorry, keyboard commission. Here's like a lemon themed macro pad I made. And oh, video didn't load. But, oh, do you know how to load the videos on these? Oh, maybe that'll work. Watch. Oh, there you go. If any of you guys have ever seen the Voron Legacy, I built a version that's 43 centimeters by 43 centimeters by 43 centimeters. Note that this did not get a serial. I bought the parts off of Wish.com. It was not. It was not good. All right. So yeah, I don't know. Those are some of the projects I made. And then in December of 2022, roughly, I quit esports. And I went off to making projects. So how many of you guys have heard of the positron? Yep, super popular. How many of you guys have made a positron? Awesome, one. And I think this was before the kits came out, but I thought it was the coolest thing ever, but it required like custom CNC parts. It was like $1,000. I'm like, man, I just really want a 3D printer that fits in the spool box. So I designed Neutrino. I had just turned 17 by this point, and yeah, fits inside a filament box. Takes 5-ish minutes to assemble instead of 2, but fully off-the-shelf parts, mostly self-replicating. I never segmented the base properly, but this was really, really cool. And I spent roughly my entire summer doing this. After this, though, I realized that it was not as hard as I thought. I originally thought that making your own 3D printer was like a very insurmountable task. I thought like there's no way I really could have done it, but I just like threw myself at it anyways. But you know, after this, I realized, wait, I could have done this when I was 14. Why didn't I? So, sorry, just grabbing you. I thought for like a really long time, and next thing, back to like the question. So before I give my answer, back to like the question I asked earlier. Like for those of you that did make your 3D printer, could you quickly just share why? Cool.
3 reasons. First, it took me forever, so I wasn't actually that motivated. Second, I'm crazy. And third, I spent $100 in parts.
Cool. Anyone else? Oh. Oh. Wait, what year? 2012. Wow. Cool.
Begging your parents for printers for what that would have been 5-ish years at that point.
Yeah.
It was not effective, but I got the printer and then they wanted their own.
Awesome. What I realized after like, you know, thinking, oh, what do I do with my life? I just quit video games like 8 hours a day. It was community. Like it was as cheesy as it sounds sometimes. It was like the friends you make and the people you interact with and the people you meet. Like, no, yeah. So it was community. Like, I didn't have a solid group of friends. Actually, wait, we're not going there yet. I didn't really have a solid group of friends, and you'll notice like with the projects I made. So there's like mechanical keyboards, and then there's 3D printers. And the reason I made these was because I found refuge in the 3D printing community or in the mechanical keyboard community. I also found refuge in the Voron community. The Voron community was like the first time I felt like I had peers doing something I did. But when it came to anything else, like designing my own 3D printer, when it came to like designing projects that didn't have an established community around them, I just didn't, or like I got stuck because I didn't have anyone to talk to about this. And so I realized like one of the reasons why I played video games so much instead of just making projects was because I didn't have people my age to create these things with. I had other communities, but I didn't have like when I played video games, I had peers who are roughly my age, maybe 2 to 3 years older, but roughly my age. Many of these 3D printing communities are much older. And so it was hard to find the shared context and fill that role in my life. And here, this is a silly clip, but just like here's like what the energy was like. Oh, does it? Is there audio? If there's no audio, I'll just skip it. But basically, imagine 5 teenagers yelling in a voice call, trying to do things together or like coordinate things. Lots of energy. Anyways, after I realized this, I was like, okay, I gotta start my own thing. I gotta start like my own org, my own like friend group. But I was 17. I had no idea how to run a nonprofit. But I did find HackClub. So it's a bit of a long story, but I ended up joining HackClub to tackle this problem, which is how do we get young people? How do we create a community of young people making projects, specifically hardware projects? So off to the races it was. But before we answer the question, what happens when you give teenagers money to make 3D printers? We have to ask, how do we, can teenagers even make hardware projects in general? Like, if I give teens a bunch of money to just make like the simplest hardware project they can make, like, can they actually do it? So I started off by running this program called HackPad. Basically, the pitch was design a PCB, then you build a case, and then you also code the firmware for it. And then if you did all of these parts and submitted your own unique design, I would send you all the parts you like requested and also your PCB and everything. And so in the span of 3 weeks, we got 200 submissions. Here's a selection of some of them. There's ones with exposed electronics, OLED screens, rotary encoders. It was really cool. And then I believe to date, we've had, so I first launched this in October 2024. To date, we've had over 1,000 submissions. That's 1,000 unique macro pads made by 1,000 teenagers across, I believe, 45 countries, which is really cool. But this was a proof of concept that hardware projects could work. Next question. What happens if you give a bunch of teenagers $5,000 to make 3D printers? Oh, not that. Number one, you get awesome printers. So this is a Core XZ-YZ, I believe, made by Max, if he's in the audience over there. This is a Lego printer made by Adam. And these are just some of the coolest printers I've ever seen. You also get magical moments. So we also ran this last year. So some of you may know this person. I don't know, he's kind of niche. But these were the teenagers from last year, and this was our booth from last year. And you know, as someone who grew up watching 3D Printing Nerd and like other similar creators when I was 9, it was really, really magical to be able to meet these people in real life. Yeah, here's also a cool moment. And most importantly, like, you make lifelong friendships. It is an experience to have to stay up till 4 a.m. in a room with 10 other people trying to get your printers work because you ship them across the continent. And like, you get many, like, everyone walks away from these events with friends for life, friends that they keep up with after, and just a community. And so, you know, to answer the question, what happens if you give teenagers money to make 3D printers? Actually, the question is, what happens when you support teenagers to create projects, right? You get awesome projects, you get magical moments, and you also get lifelong friendships. So that's the answer to that question. But you know, it doesn't just stop at 3D printing. There's so much more. How are we doing on time? Okay, great. This is for 3D printing, but at HackClub, we also run a lot of other things because 3D printing was an means to an end for me for making other projects. So one service we run is called Printing Legion, where you know, hundreds of people every year, they buy 3D printers. They print like maybe 5 different parts on it, and they just collect us. It's an international network of over 200 teenagers around the world in, I believe, 40 different countries who 3D print for other teenagers in their area. And so here are some of the prints that people have made. So that's a keyboard, I believe, and then that is a MacroPad. And here are also some of the projects that teenagers have made. Furthermore, we also have like different programs. So one is Flavortown, which is actually being run by another Max in the background over there. Where like if you code like any personal project, you can win free prizes like keyboards, plushies, also 3D printers, etc. There's also something called Stasis, which if you design hardware projects, not only do you get them funded, but you also get invited to a hardware hackathon in Austin, Texas. That's happening next month. And there's also Sleepover, where you know, if you code projects, you get to fly to an all-girls hackathon, and I believe that's happening next weekend. Yep, cool. As for like how to help, I really wish I put more QR codes here, but like it's easy to feel like it's hard to help in these cases, but like all it takes is one project to change one person's life. You know, there are a bazillion different things you could do, but literally, if you just like know a teenager in your life, like show them HackClub, and maybe like 100 people see this and only one person converts, but that one person will go on one of the craziest journeys that they could possibly go on. I'll just leave that for a minute there. Also, if there's any questions, real quick, I'm open to answering. Yep.
Yeah. So the stuff you guys do is typically for kids 13 to 17, right?
13 to 18. Yeah.
Okay. Is there? I mean, do you have any recommendations for kids that are slightly younger than that are here? Just ways to get started in these types of opportunities.
Max, would you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things in the space. I've seen like builder kits and things like that go out. I mean, honestly, for 3D printing specifically, you probably got a better sense of which like discords or communities are good for that. But what was the like Microbear has like a box or something for education kits.
Yep.
I
So.
don't know if those are any good.
Mark Rober has like these kits called like Crunch Labs, where like yeah, there's that, but
The kids that are kind of already like doing the printing, I mean, like I've been doing this for years already, so we're like in this weird, wanting a little bit more, but also kind of feeling like we're a little young.
Any local maker spaces?
Yeah.
Or
I haven't looked into that.
Yeah, that's a good place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely like a place to start. I don't know where you live, but at least everywhere I've seen has great maker spaces that are very inviting. That's a great place to start.
Yeah. A big part of how I got started personally was my school had we got really lucky and had a donation to have some 3D printers and some CNCs, and we got to do that in the supervised space with like the teachers there, and like from there I could kind of start branching out and start using tools at home and learning from there.
Yeah.
But I think with all this stuff, like learning how to know enough that you can go out and make your own mistakes and like go out and try your own projects it's hard to reach that threshold, but once you're at that threshold, you can start like going further and further and further. So yeah.
I also do want to add, I think like parental support's a big one. Once I started getting into this stuff when I was like 9, 10-ish, my mom was very supportive, but my dad wasn't really. And like how motivated I was to do these things was directly tied to how much time I spent with either of them. Like I think having just at least one person who you trust and look up to and who like supports you in these things can like really help a lot. So I wouldn't undervalue your own impact.
I started 3D printing when I was like 11 or 12, and I pretty much just learned the hard way by messing up a bunch. I wouldn't recommend it, but it is very educational.
Cool. Okay, I guess wrapping up. Are there any more questions? Cool. Wrapping up. One, I just want to give like Justin and the entire rest of the team at RepRap like a massive shout out. Like, obviously, bringing all the teenagers here was a lot of work, but like what actually makes this event special and like what actually brings us all together, that was all them. Like it's honestly insane to me that an event like this can run every year and like with free admission. Like many other similar events charge you $50, $200. So can we just get like a round of applause for the entire RepRap team? Next, I've been talking about like all these teenagers and like other people involved as if they're like some like mystical entity or just like genius or whatever. But no, these are real people and they're in the audience right over there right now. I would just like to invite them on real quick. So like if they could just make their way, and I want to applaud for every single one of them. Cool. And if you could just state your name, like your name, your age, and what you made. Adam, where are you? Sam, Max, get over here. Okay, cool. Adam, can you make your way to front? What? Make your way to front. Okay. Name, age, and like what you made.
Hi, my name is Adam. I'm well, I'll say I'm from Ottawa, Ontario, in Canada, and I'm technically 19, but I was 18 during most of the builds, so I got a bit of exception there. But I built Stud Print, which was the Lego 3D printer, and yeah.
Hi guys, I'm Evan. I'm a 16-year-old based out of the Bay Area in California, and I built a 3D printer I named Thing Omega. It's like, I wanted to really capture the old RepRap, laser cut, plywood, unconventional motion system design in the printer, but also bring it up to date with like all the new technologies like auto bed leveling, pressure advanced calibration, and like Clipper and all that. So I really combined the two, and that's what I made.
Hi, Prod, could you put this presentation back on? Oh, okay. Cool. Well, I'll give it like a minute. No, it's still here. What's up? Do what? Grab who? Oh, like, are you able to? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Okay, it's okay. We can show it on.
Put the mouse on your.
Yeah.
Make sure it's. Or plug it. It's searching. So you maybe re-plug it in.
Okay, cool.
Just make sure. So then show us. This is 3D printing. This isn't AV.
How many engineers does it take to plug in an HDMI cable?
No, you need an AV guy.
Oh, there we go. Okay, great. Where is Evan? Yep, so this is Evan's printer over here. And then Danny, I presume you're not getting your project, so.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm 18 from Texas. I made a expressive MIDI keyboard that is fully 3D printed. It is very easy to print, it's accessible, and it's expressive where you can do vibrato, and it uses Hall effect sensors.
Hi, I'm Zayden. I'm 15. I built this briefcase 3D printer because I was always wanting a portable way to 3D print no matter where I'm at. So it basically folds up into a briefcase and can theoretically fit underneath the seat in an airplane. In theory.
Hi, I'm Max. Oh. I'm 17. I'm from New Jersey. And I built this printer. I named it Tim. And it is a Core XZYZ printer. So the X and Y are both tied to the Z, but they're not tied to each other. So it has some really unique kinematics that were kind of a pain to do in Clipper. And I also brought this, which is a polar printer.
I'm Reagan. I'm from Boise, Idaho. Hello. This is David, the Deltaron, or a collinear Tripteron. I've always liked Tripterons because they're cool, and so I built one.
Hi, I'm William. I'm from London, the UK. I'm 18, and I built a weird a weird belted printer I call the Breaky Belt because it often breaks, but it's decently quick.
Hi, I'm Sam. I just turned 19. I'm taking a gap year for college to help HackClub run programs for teenagers. But if you saw the drawing robot that was out there on our table, that was me in an afternoon writing some code with the help of AI. Yeah.
I'm Max Speed. My parents had a sense of humor. And I am not a teenager anymore, but I work at HackClub, and we run these different grant programs. And I just want to say, like, HackClub couldn't exist without all the amazing teenagers building these cool projects. So do you want to just give one more round of applause for everyone up here? Nice job.
Awesome. And before we go, feels weird actually saying this now.
I'm sorry, did I take your line?
What? No. Well, part of it. But you know, I want to take us all to a world I've been thinking of for the past, I don't know, year and a half. Like, imagine a world where 2 to 3 years from now, or about 2 to 3 years from now, you're interested in this stuff when you're 10, and the moment you have some sort of interest for this, you are just hugged with support. You have a regular group of friends to do this with. You are funded, so you can actually buy the parts you need to. There's like a weekly workshop every week you could go to like take home and bring home something new. And overall, you spend as much time creating projects as you do like playing sports or like playing video games. The bottom line of all this, right? I think we live in a more interesting world when people are not afraid to express themselves and create what they want to create in this world. And I think the best way to do that is through making projects. So thank you all for listening. And yeah, that's HackClub. Cool. Also, wait, one last thing, I forgot. I like, with these sort of talks and like with these sort of youth programs, it's very easy to, I think it's very easy to fall into a mental trap of thinking like, oh, these people are all geniuses, I can never do this. I really do implore every single one of you to like walk up and talk to someone on stage here today. Like, everyone started from somewhere, and like I think every single person here has a very interesting story. So that's that. And yeah, I think that's it for real. You can find us right outside, out there.